Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the field.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome, Ultimate fans, to Ultiworld's live streaming coverage of the 2018 USA Ultimate Club National Championships, coming to you live from San Diego, California, and presented to you by Greenbacker. Keith Rayner in the booth, joined by Bex Forth for a pre-quarterfinal matchup, and two teams I don't know that we necessarily expected to be in this spot, particularly the #1 overall seed, Philadelphia Amp. They'll be taking on Boston Slow White, and these are two teams that have been at the top of the division for many years now, meeting in pre-quarters.
Yeah, I'm sure they weren't expecting to do a 9 a.m. start on day 2. Watching Amp warm up, though, they look like they're ready to go. They were throwing beautiful throws, and they look really connected as a team. So they've obviously made the decision to come out and be together and start this day 2 as a springboard for the rest of the tournament.
Amp, a favorite to win the national championship this year, but suffered a surprising loss to Blackbird in pool play yesterday, and that sent them here. But these are teams that were in the semifinals of the national championships last year. They were in the semifinals of the world championships this year. Team's not exactly the same. There's been quite a bit of roster change from both sides, but these are teams with really high expectations for themselves.
Yeah, and the women on Amp really dominate this team, and we're hoping to see much more of that today. Emily Shield has been a top scorer yesterday, and Slow White really need to be able to stop the big target from Amp with these females to try and gain some control.
Well, we'll get a look at the women on this Amp offensive line to start. Emily Shields upfield, matched up with Hannah Baranes, who will be assigned to do a lot of the work here, and we are underway. Initiating up to Robert Rusa now with Shields. The veteran lefty up the line, and Amp's offense just quickly advancing up that open side into the red zone. High Scuba, though, is knocked away in an early red zone turnover, a block by Pat Barron. Barron under ahead to Sean Doherty. Now a deep shot looking for Barron. Will Walker Hatchett's throw stay in? It does. And Slow White starts with a break. A red zone turnover for Amp quickly turns into Slow White's first goal. They lead 1-0.
That was a beautiful display of open side stack offense. They managed to, faking deep, coming under. Amp defense looked a little bit slow, trying to stop those. And actually it was the crossfield at the very end that caused the score, but it was the succession of open side throws, which really should be stopped by Amp.
Barron finding room on that break side, toes the line. Observer with a great view on that one, and so do we. Barron, the UMass product, stepping into a much bigger role this year since his UMass teammate Tanner Johnson left this Slow White squad and making an impact to start this game.
There's not much wind today. It's starting off quite calm like it did yesterday. It did pick up during the day, so we'll see if it changes during this first game.
I think as the sun warms it up around here, we're going to see more wind in the later rounds, but these early rounds, stillness is definitely on the table. Slow White finished third in their pool yesterday. A tough pool to be in. BFG and Snake Country finishing ahead of them. Amp looking to finish ahead of them as well. Amp's big buzzy addition for this season. Nikki Spiva gets an under, and then up ahead to star Carolyn Normile. Normile looking deep for her college teammate Linda Morris with plenty of yardage, and she collects an easy hold.
She looked like she was just looking for a free cut for that flick the entire possession, and obviously her teammate knew what she wanted and was able to create the separation for it.
And Normile, who kind of runs the D-line for Amp, coming over to offense to help them get a hold. And you see how powerful the throwing ability is for Normile, one of the elite handlers in the mixed division. Finds her college teammate Morse, who's having a big year of her own. I mean, I think she's been one of the breakout players in the mixed division this year. She and Normile just adding to the strength of this core group of women on this AMP team.
It's the interplay between the female players and the male players that really show the strength as well. Sometimes you can have very strong female players and they're not able to integrate. Sometimes the male players don't interact in a playing style which is as strong as the way AMP are doing at the moment and have done this tournament.
So we'll get our first look at Philly's D-line and this Slow White O-line. You're going to see a lot of Alex Trahey, who centers it up. Vicky Chang and Trahey are going to take a lot of touches along with Jeff Smith in a pretty handler-driven Slow White offense. This Hostak. Smith over to Thomas Ferguson. Swinging around the horn. Trahey collects a reset, scans upfield.
AMP looking a lot more comfortable doing defense on a horizontal stack rather than a vertical stack.
Smith crossfield, lots of space. And that'll be a goal. Another clean hold, this time for Slow White to make it 2-1.
The presence of vertical stacks in the last few years has been a change in the US Ultimate. In Europe and the rest of the world, the vertical stack is being used a lot more, and the prominence of horizontal in the college scene and the club scene really was dominating for so long in the US scene, and players now turning towards a vertical stack, a side stack, and a central stack. And you can see that defenders are having to learn new skills in the style of defending. And looking a lot more comfortable in the horizontal D than vertical.
What kind of skills do you think it takes to defend a vertical stack versus a horizontal stack?
Well, I think in vertical stack, there's many more opportunities for poaching. And you can really clog up a vertical stack, which is why I think teams went to a horizontal stack in the first place. But because all the teaching of defending cutters has been on horizontal, they've lost, and you have to stay really close, stay under. The ability to poach and read the spaces in a vertical stack are skills that haven't been developed quite as much, and so it's working.
It's an interesting ecosystem that the elite club teams run a certain offense and defenses get good at it. They teach their college teams, it trickles down. And so offenses change. Defenses relearn it, and over a generation, you just see that evolve. And a drop from Anna Thompson to start this AMP O point. So a chance to break again for Slow White. Disc in the hands of Ryan Cardinal. Nice grab. Emily Shoemaker back to Cardinal, and a stoppage downfield. Cardinal taking a timeout, looking at a critical break opportunity. Could be a big advantage for Slow White to start this game. Good day for a jersey hoodie. A little cool, but the sun's coming out. Gotta love the versatility.
You're wearing one and I'm wearing one as well.
Absolutely.
It's the choice for day 2.
No doubt. And I'll be interested to see what kind of choices we see from Slow White coming out of this timeout. With a critical red zone possession, I think that Ultimate teams typically don't spend enough time practicing coming out of timeouts. And for maybe because Ultimate teams don't tend to use timeouts particularly well. But this is a great situation for one, in my opinion. And now you get a chance to set up something.
It was perfect timing. It was looking a bit chaotic, a bit frantic. And so resetting all the brains is actually the perfect time to call the timeout. And now they're organized and you can see everyone's ready to go as one unit.
So changing the force as well from Amp. Switching to backhand as discus check back in. And a collision in the stack frees up Barron. So a pick is going to send this one back.
You mentioned teams don't practice coming out of timeouts too often. It's actually a really difficult thing to practice because when you call a timeout, you're trying to reset the team's emotional feelings. And so in practice, it's difficult to replicate those in-game chaos that you get.
One of the hardest things to do is create game-like practices. And with all the experience of these teams, I imagine they have some pretty good practices.
The best you can do really is just repeat your set pieces again and again so it feels so automatic that no matter what the external situations are, it just rolls out nice and clean.
Barron looking for a clean goal up ahead, and Ari Nelson leaves her feet for that break. Slow White jumping out to an early 3-1 lead on Amp.
That was a really confident layout and catch. She knew exactly where her body was, where the timing needed to be, and at full stretch, it was beautifully confident.
Nelson, the young player, still at Northeastern, but has kind of blossomed this year on this D-line for Slow White. With all of the roster changes they've had, opened up some opportunity for her, and you can see her making the most of it with that layout score.
It was lovely technique too. You can see that she has done that many, many times before.
So a surprising result to start this game through 4 points, 2 breaks for Boston.
It's interesting watching the warm-up and how the teams approach their warm-ups. And in the warm-up, Amp looked cleaner, they looked ready to go, and it hasn't actually translated into these first few points.
It's also a tough spot. I mean, you're sending your O-line out 4 times. They've made some mistakes. Got to figure out your personnel a little bit. It already sends you scrambling into bringing over some other people. It can disrupt the rhythm of how you're trying to start a game.
And I think that's one of the aspects about O and D lines, which is a real flaw, is when your O-line isn't functioning, what do you do? Some teams have moved towards pod subbing, which tries to alleviate some of those problems. I prefer teams which are more balanced, where you can have lines which are not O or D designated.
Specialization versus flexibility. Every coaching staff and leadership group has to contend with finding the balance there. Amp just looking for some purchase. Reset comes around to the break side. kind of stagnant. The disc not really moving very quickly for Amp. Long cuts, and here's Shields on a huge gainer. Shields resets. Now Robert Roos. And a pick called. Stops play, although this reset may not be affected.
The stack is starting to extend quite deep, which is limiting their options. And I think the defense is so close and doing so well that providing a shorter stack will give those options deep for Amp.
Disc in the hands of Calvin Trissolini getting his first touch. Trissolini fires one over to Raha Mazafari on that open sideline. Skip pass to a poached reset, and now all the way to the break side, back in the hands of Shields. Amp still grinding out unders. Another stoppage in play, maybe a push off. Nico Lake sending this back. Bruce, inside break to Trissolini, and the quick continue over to Shields for an Amp hold. It's got to be relieving for Philadelphia as they bring it back to a 1-point deficit.
Vertical stack really requires a lot of discipline because the space is created by players standing still. So if you have too much movement, the throwing lanes become very, very small. And we saw that there. There was some stack drifting deep. We saw some lateral movement in the stack, and it makes the clutter, just increases the chaos and reduces the throwing lanes.
That's something I talk a lot about. I'm coaching at the college level, introducing new players to the game. I don't know where that instinct to drift comes from. It's kind of like you want to start your cut before you actually make it, so you end up kind of moving away, like walking into your cut and then starting to explode. And that lack of discipline just shrinks the field that you have to work with.
Absolutely, massively shrinks it. I think part of it is people who don't really want to be involved and not feeling it. Maybe their defender's doing a really good job. They sort of drift thinking, well, it's not going to be me this time, and so I'm just going to come far away. Maybe I'll have an opportunity deep, but actually it's cutting off all the opportunities.
Amp looking to cut off some of the slow wide opportunities. Not been able to get a turn in their single defensive point this game, but they'll have their second shot at it. And I'm sure this D-line is hungry. Smith, the former player of the year, up ahead to Chang, and that one bounces off of her hands. So quickly the Amp defense is given a break chance.
It's a pretty hard catch to make when it's on your shoelaces.
Thrower not helping Chang out, so they'll have to go to work on defense. And here's an away throw, but easy poach block for Trehe as he intercepts.
Vicky Chang being the primary cutter on both these sequences.
Chang so experienced, such an intelligent player. Trehe comes over to Rosalind Agno. Gainer up to Tess Johnson and a quick flip to Smith. And Ferguson into Chang. Slow white holds, takes 2 tries, but they make it 4-2.
Chang did a really good job there of providing what was needed at the right times without causing disruption to the rest of the team.
You see again Smith getting up the line and then uses that momentum to bring the mark over to the open side, steps around on the break side, and that just opens up lots of space for easy throws.
We were talking about the discipline of the vertical stack, but that was a really good example of discipline in the horizontal stack. They kept their shape all the way through in horizontal to the end zone. There was no transitioning to an end zone, which is fine, and that's quite a good strategy as long as everybody's doing it, and they did that very well.
The Boston club culture is the one you think of being famous for their vertical stacks, but here this Slow White team has been in a horizontal look for most of this game, and it's been Amp who's been lined up down the middle of the field.
I was actually watching Godiva many years ago that helped me learn how to play vertical stack as well as I could.
That must have been quite a sight. I didn't get a chance to watch much Godiva, but I imagine that they were executing at a level that few teams are even today. So Walker Hatchet with the pull for Slow White. And more work to do for the Amp offense. They have been put in a bind, although in part due to their own errors, as Trissolini begins things with a break side huck. This one's hanging as he looks for Sean Mott, but Mott bodies out Doherty for the catch and continues into the end zone. Pana on the goal.
That was an incredible body out. He read the disc so early and then blocked his defender from making a play at all, allowing himself to run on. I mean, the timing of that catch was fantastic.
Yeah, Mott not afraid of the contact, just took his position, held it. You can see again as this one hangs, Mott just kind of planting in his spot, and Doherty reacts by trying to go up over him. And
you can only do that by making a really early read on the flight of the disc.
So we see Amp, looks like trying to set play to get things moving for their offense by having Mott come out of the handler space and take off deep, and kind of bails them out of what could have been a bad situation.
They're still looking a little bit scrappy from Amp. If they can clean up their structure, then they'll have more space to make those individual plays.
So defense back out for Amp and in need of some breaks. Early hole, having given up a pair to Slow White. Trehe takes the hitch from the pull. Forced to reset by some loose marking. Spiva coming over to the D line for Amp. Caitlin Fitzgerald resetting back to Trehe with lots of room. Trehe getting it up just about every other as a pick stops play. Play reinitiating and up the open side, but thrown away. Eli Monica not able to keep that one low enough. Pick called, we'll stop play and we'll see if this continuation holds. Players figuring things out now. Disc in the hands of Raha Mazfari on this open sideline. Young Tess Johnson on the mark. And I think play reinitiated with a little bit of a false start. You know, I was talking to observer Mitch Dengler about codifying a countdown when play reinitiates to try and reduce the number of false starts. And he said, no, that's already in the rules. We just don't do it. So why don't we try doing that?
That's one of my little bugbears. Each team I play on, like, we need to put your hand in the air, 3, 2, 1, disc in, so we know when it's going in.
And a beautiful example of it by Johnson as play reinitiates. Taking off deep, Ben Pellig makes the play on the catch from Mazafari's throw, and Now in the end zone, just outside. Mazafari collects the reset in the middle of the field. Spiva trying to throw just the scripted continue to the break side, but Trehi jumps the route with an impressive poach block.
I'm really impressed with the level that Slow White have turned up to play today.
They had middling results during the regular season. That's why they ended up being the 9 seed coming into this tournament. But they're showing some real fire against the number 1 overall seed.
Well, each man-on-man matchup seems to be very even.
Chang's throw too low and intercepted there by Luke Ryan. And now deep throw from Spiva, but too much pace on it for Ryan to catch up and get the bookends.
When you get to this level of ultimate, everyone is an athlete on the field, and you get to the point where it really is just who has the mental control to keep the errors down.
It's less about what the ceiling of your abilities is. Everybody can make tough throws, make big catches. It's how consistently can you do those things. Trehi puts up a deep forehand and hits Fitzgerald in stride. She tumbles but has a wide open Caitlin Go and can't get it to her. Takes the conservative choice backwards. Trehi, aggressive inside forehand, and it just kind of swings out of the hands of Ryan Turner.
I think Turner thought he actually had that, and then he was going to keep it, and was quite surprised by the fact that he didn't.
I mean, I think he both caught it and dropped it.
Yes.
He completed a catch and then dropped it after the fact.
Would have been a good greatest if it was in a different position.
And a timeout from AMP looking to get this break. We're going to take a brief break as well and get a word from our sponsors. Coming back in with the disc in the hands of Nikki Spiva, and a valuable break chance for AMP. Spiva with both of the turnovers, though, for this AMP D-line on this point. Spiva checks it in. Trehi on the mark. Well defended out of the timeout.
Sometimes timeouts actually benefit the defensive team more than the offensive team. Always makes me a little nervous when the timeout's called and you're so close to the end zone.
I mean, I think that's something that teams need to think about. We talked a lot about timeouts today, but it's teams think just about themselves when they think about their timeout. Is it advantageous for us to take a timeout? The question is it more advantageous for you than it is for your opponent?
Absolutely, and if before the timeout they'd just done 2 passes further away from the end zone, you're in a much stronger position to launch your offense.
Yeah, I call it the coffin corner when you have to bring it in on your open side, goal line, sideline, and you can see how Spiva is pushing that corner of the field as he and Trehi discuss a stall call. Looks like they've come to a resolution.
And if you're going to do a pull, you're going to want to put it in that corner, aren't you? So that your D can run onto it, but actually your D is setting up. So
I think my guess, it looks like they're coming in on 6. So my guess is there was a stall and then also a fast counter foul, but a miscommunication there between Spiva and Ryan nearly turns into a Ryan Turner-Callahan. But regardless, it will be a a hold opportunity with a short field for Slow White.
And a devastating result of that timeout.
With the extra stoppage, just no rhythm there, and Spiva nearly gets it back, but it lands in the hands of Chang for another Slow White hold, her second straight goal.
She's playing really confidently this morning.
So, despite 3 chances at it, 3 bites at the apple, not enough for AMP to get a break. They trail 5-3. Look at this turnover. Spiva with all 3 turnovers for the D-line there. It's tough to say who this is on, but Spiva turns and looks at Ryan, expecting him to go backwards, and does not, so ends up in the hands of Chang for the goal.
Sometimes when you're in that dump position and you feel that defender has that position on you, it makes you reluctant to actually do the cut. So I wonder if Spiva was expecting it to come. They knew the defender was already there.
I mean, I talk about resets as a relationship. You know, it's all about communication. If you have to be on the same page, and if you just expect the person to know what you want without you telling them, you're never going to be able to connect effectively.
Absolutely, and I talk a lot to my teams about non-verbal communication, because the position of your body, how you look at your teammate, tells them an awful lot.
And that pull drifting out of bounds from Hatchet, so it'll be taken from the brick. Amp's offense under some pressure to convert.
We'll see if they keep a clean structure on this point.
Mott takes the under, pumps the deep throw, and then looks back to the reset. Trissolini under pressure and forced to just get rid of it. And a stall called. Either way, this will be Slow White's disc, just a question of where.
The initiating play from Amp looked like a really good isolation play. Linda Morse was covered under, so she decided to push deep, but she was already too deep for the throw.
Barron takes off. Shot goes up. Mott, Barron, and Chasen. Mott wins that round. Shields gets the under. And you can see Amp is just stuck to this open sideline. The marks on this Slow White team have done an excellent job keeping them over there, as you see Morse finally free up some room. And Shields continues with a nice around. And that's bookends for Sean Mott on a hold to make it 5-4.
You're absolutely right. The vertical stack allows defenders to clamp down. If the force is good, you can clamp down in that small open space. What Amp should be looking for is to get it off the line, dump and swing, switch fields. You've got to get to the other side, create the side that the defenders are not on, and then it is wide open.
Amp's been pretty content to advance up the open side when available, but it seems like they've had trouble getting it away. And there they do, and it winds up with a breakside goal. Slow White trying to work on, with this lead, getting their first win over Amp this year, 0-3 against Amp in competition this season.
I think Amp are slightly gun shy now and not looking to put the deep shots, and so it makes those unders more predictable.
Just one turnover on the huck for Amp, but they have been forced to be conservative by strong Slow White defense. And these two teams, we mentioned it was surprising to see Amp at this spot in the bracket. Should they win this game, should they come back and win, we will get the number 1 and number 2 overall seeds in quarterfinals. The winner of this game will advance to play Dragon Thrust, who won Pool B yesterday. So just like that, an upset has shifted what the brackets look like. And we know how vital it is to be considerate to matchups at Nationals.
But also you want to be playing well at this stage so that you're conserving some energy for later on in the tournament.
I don't know if that's a luxury Amp can afford, trailing Slow White as Slow White works the disc around. The Slow White handlers are really having a tremendous game. And break side continue in the end zone. Monica towing the line and brings it another hold, and that makes it 6-4.
Slow White have the momentum, and you can feel that it's making their throws better, it's making their cuts more aggressive, and Amp is the reverse fortunes. The little details that are smoothed over by confidence. I like the oil in a offensive set.
Yeah, and I think the confidence you're seeing from Slow White's offense is starting with those handlers, those experienced handlers. You look at Smith, Chang, and Trehe, 3 veterans who've been there, done that, and you can see how that confidence is extending to some of their younger teammates like Monica, like Barron, like Nelson, like Johnson. They've made plays in this game, but I think it's starting with that veteran leadership.
It's amazing how much faster you run and how much better you set up a cut when you know the handlers are doing their job.
But Slow White's earned a little bit of comfort in this game with those early breaks, and I think it's helping their offense play with a little less pressure. Amp has not really been able to generate a ton of pressure on Slow White's offense so far. Slow White making a couple mistakes on 1 point, but have yet to give up a break. So Amp's D-line with work to do, and the pressure really is mounting for their offense. Pull for Amp from Eric Schwa. Or excuse me, Cardinal. Wide open, Normile on the initiation. Baranas chasing, but can't even get a mark on, so Normile rips a backhand, and Panna can't make the catch. A difficult one under pressure from Ivan Tran. Dish to Slow White. Cardinal swings the disc to Schachter. Tran to Baranas. And you can see just the difference in how much pressure the two teams are applying in that offline throw. Slow White has been able to get the disc off the line mostly at will because of how flat these Amp marks are, while Slow White's marks have been really parallel to that sideline, trying to pin Amp. Deep throw going up from Cardinal, misread by the receiver, but she was pretty well covered either way. This back to Philly.
Now, sometimes a flat force doesn't take very much away. If they're not throwing it deep, then you've got to think, what are you actually trying to stop? Because a force that's not stopping something that you need to stop is actually giving them everything.
Well, it looked like Amp's flat force working to force that huck off its line, and Amp back to working up that open sideline. All the throws in that space, but Morris able to generate enough downfield room to get open for a huck. Linda Morris watches as her handlers reset. Offhand break from Lake. Trisellini looking for a reset. Under pressure, and another turnover from the Amp offense. Tran taking off. Cardinal looks to initiate quickly, but the defense able to slow down the transition. So stoppage.
That's a shame that Amp couldn't convert that one. Norse provided a really good deep cut from short.
Nelson all the way on that break side. You can see that flat mark from Mazzafari as they look to force these throws wide. Slow White seems pretty content to take the width and go sideline to sideline. Inside break, bid from Morse just short. Nelson also comes up just short of a bid. For her, it's a turnover. Throw just a little bit beyond her reach.
Just pushing it a little bit too much. I don't think they needed to do that. They had the space and they had the separation from their defenders. Just pushing those throws a bit too far.
Looked like a tired throw a little bit there.
It did, yes.
Mott. Up line to Lake. Trisellini inside, forehand, flattens out into the back of the end zone, and Panna catches this one. Amp escapes with what could have been a problematic offensive point. They get the hold to make it 6-5.
At the beginning, on the first possession that Amp had, Linda Norse did one of the best cuts she's done this game. And the difference between this cut and the ones before was that she was starting from a much shorter position. So she's at her strongest when she's in stride. She's got good position, she's got speed, and she can manage to do that when she starts a lot shorter rather than providing very little throwing space if she starts too deep.
So Amp so far is just 2 for 5 in the red zone, and that inefficiency has really put them behind the 8 ball. So Slow White back out on offense. You can see down on that far end that trio of Smith, Chang, and Trahey. Smith, the mixed player of the year 2 years ago. Been a bit quiet this season, but an offsides on the pull will send us back to do it again. And interesting, some personnel changes here. No Normile on the Philly D point. Not something you see very often. Pull goes up from Peleg. And take 2. Smith throwing that flick side backhand. Trahey skip pass to the break side for Monica.
Player collision in the field between Chang and Walsh.
Players figuring things out.
All very amicable.
Monica checks in with Peleg on the mark. Takes that under to Chang. Rachel Westgate getting it up to Smith, and Smith rips the hammer cross field for Turner. Turner with some sauce on the spike. He's feeling good with his team up 7-5, just a point away from taking half in this pre-quarter final.
I think he had his invisibility cloak on that cut. The defenders didn't know where he was at all.
Turner just curling to that back corner as Smith got the disc, showing that he knows the look that Smith wants. And it's difficult to defend. It's hard to guard the break side backfield. You kind of just say, hey, if you can make this throw every time, we're just going to try and make that window as small as possible. But there, the window was wide open.
He timed it when Luke Ryan was looking at the disc, and so there was no chance to make adjustments because he didn't know where he was going.
So Amp needs a goal here to keep the second half going. Spiva crossing back to this O-line. Seen a lot of him this game, although he's struggled, I would say. Not having the impact you expect from a player of his renown. Peleg also on offense, and his huck to Spiva just knocked away by Barron. Spiva with an admirable effort to try and keep it in bounds, but to no avail. So Amp still struggling to find any offensive momentum. Slow White with a chance to break to take half. Slow White marching backwards without a lot of upfield movement. First real yardage gaining throw up ahead. Amy Stoddard. And foul call here on the bid by Roos against Cardinal.
He did reach around Cardinal's body.
Yeah, difficult block to get. Try and get around without making contact. Let's take another look at the play. I think Roos really worked hard to try and get around Cardinal.
You can see what he was trying to do. It's just a question how far he went into the shoulder. Those reach around layouts, some of the most impressive in the game, but also some of the most dangerous too. I've seen some nasty elbow injuries.
Observer sides with Roos, and we'll jump back into the action. Peleg. Resets to Spiva. Schwa in coverage. Peleg on the give and go, and Amp's gone all the way across the field. Peleg every other right now. And Shields intercepted there. A smart poach by Schwa. Saw that whole play coming, but Spiva gets it back with a block. And goes cross field, not quite in yet. And there they find Mott for another goal.
I think that was a guilt block from Spiva.
So that one's going to take us for a quick break. Quick word from our sponsors. Welcome back to Ulti-World's pre-quarter final round coverage in the mixed division. Amp trying to get their first break of this half. Slow White looking to take half with a 2-goal lead.
Haven't seen very many poach looks.
I don't know that it doesn't feel like we've seen any real adjustments from the Amp defense. They seem content to give up the width of the field to Slow White, and Slow White seems content to take it. As you see them go sideline to sideline again. Ano.
Normal looks like she's looking for opportunities to poach.
And now a lovely deep throw to take us to the half. Tess Johnson on the break side. Deep throw from Trahey. That makes it 8-6. Boston leads.
Tess Johnson has really impressed me this game. She's playing very confidently. She's making good decisions. And she seems full of energy. Hasn't
even started college yet, but don't let that fool you. Johnson, an experienced threat, especially in the deep space, times that cut perfectly to give Trahey just the right window to throw into. So 8-6, Slow White leads the #1 overall seed AMP at halftime. Teams will take a 10-minute break. We'll do the same, and we'll be back to see whose season will end.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go, take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Bird Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ultiworld's live streaming coverage of the 2018 USA Ultimate Club National Championships. Keith Rayner in the booth with Bex Fourth, getting ready for the second half of this pre-quarters matchup in the mixed division between AMP and Slow White. Slow White receiving out of half with a pair of breaks in hand. So a potential upset. Could the #1 overall seed be knocked out in pre-quarters?
And isolating Chang straight away to Chess Johnson.
Trahey slides to save that one. Gets it over to Ferguson. Slow White's handlers have been in control for Slow White's O. Have yet to give up a break, in large part due to the play of that backfield. Ferguson catches it under duress. Trahey all the way around to Smith. Johnson catches it despite the bidding pressure from Morse. And more pressure from AMP, not yet yielding a turn. Smith, OIO break though, finally AMP gets it. Richard Robinson got that block. Now Morse throws up a hanging disc and knocked away by Monica. And that deep throw is underthrown, and Robinson gets his second block of the game.
Play getting a little bit wild.
And here's a contested deep throw. Can Normile get there? She does. The closing speed for Normile. And AMP starts the second half with a break after going the whole first without one.
She just stretched past those defenders. Really impressive speed.
And boy, did AMP need that. I mean, she was even with the two defenders when the throw goes up.
She had a slightly better angle, but the speed is what closed it for her. Very much needed.
Yeah,
Very much
when you need a big play, right, you turn to your stars. And Normile certainly qualifies.
She's been slightly quiet on offense, but working really hard on defense this game.
Unfortunately, not all of AMP's stars have had quite the same level of success. Nikki Spiva has had a tough first half as we see him come on for this D-line. Did not record any assists or goals, but did have 3 turnovers. Also had a block. So not the best showing for Spiva in the first half. We'll see if he picks it up in this second half.
They're still in a good position, though. They're just 1 point down, and now's the time to really turn the pressure on, really get excited about it.
So he'll come out for this defensive point and match up with Trahey, who's been a real problem for them. Ano on that far sideline. Trahey turns around Spiva to get that reset, but Not much yardage available. An ambitious bid by Ryan. Does not disrupt Turner from catching that one. High reset though. Trahey challenged by Spiva. And now making an impact. Spiva with the disc with a chance to get a second straight break to start the half. Spiva just outside the end zone. Gets 2 looks at the hammer and then drops one in. And just like that, this game is tied.
And that's how you change momentum. As soon as a team starts to feel it again, to feel the confidence, anything can happen at this point. And it's really for Slow White to show how they react to this change in momentum.
You don't see the hammer get pump faked and then thrown very often, but Spiva with a lot of touch and a lot of room for Spencer DeRue to catch that break.
I think the pump was to tell the cutters, I want you to go there because that's what I'm going to throw.
This is happening. So back-to-back breaks to open the half for AMP has shifted this game dramatically. Slow White in total control of the game in the first half, and AMP has wrenched that away. This is just one of the page is the place to be for all your coverage nationals. You get the tweets, you get all the streams. And if you're enjoying our coverage and want to support the work that we do and get even more, we have a whole season of games this exciting in our video package. You can check out the details at ultiworld.com/subscribe. Get all access to our exclusive podcasts, articles, analysis, and in addition, 7 filmed games from this weekend that you couldn't get on the live stream. Subscribers only. Again, ultiworld.com/subscribe for more information. Another turnover for Slow White as that one escapes Tess Johnson. DeRue's intercepts and now gets it on that open side.
Slow White changed from the horizontal structure that's been working so well for them and changed it to a vertical.
And into the end zone it goes. 3 straight breaks. AMP has seized the lead for the first time in this game.
Suddenly the body language is completely different for these two teams. AMP are jazzed up. We haven't seen that all game. This next D-line coming on for AMP are going to be chomping at the bit.
A scary moment for Slow White, and they respond after giving up a 3-0 run with a timeout. Yeah, I basically don't travel with that one anymore.
Absolutely.
I talked to fellow commentator Chris McGlynn yesterday. We're talking about putting together a little group order, get ourselves some. I mean, $20 is just too good a deal to pass up.
Absolutely, and it's $20 for eye shade on the airplane.
So, Slow White looking to get their first goal of the second half, and it's not the only close game going on at the pre-quarters round. Like we said, 12 concurrent games. Double Wide and Bravo in a tight one in the men's division. It was 10-9 at last count. Sub-Zero and Furious George, 8-6 at half for just out of half for that one. Mixtape with an 8-7 lead on Polar Bears at half. Some of those scores maybe a few minutes behind, so you'll have to follow along at ultiworld.com/live to get those updates. So you see the Slow White offense getting ready, and don't forget that we're out of here in California in the sunshine, not far from the ocean. You can see the big pink flamingo inflatable in the background. Teams having fun, but Slow White having a lot less fun in the second half than they were in the first.
Momentum's so important, and when you have it, trying to protect it has got to be the #1 priority.
It's so ephemeral. You can't define it. You just know whether or not you got it.
Absolutely, but you can fake it. So you have to try and fake it when you don't have it to try and claw it back.
Spiva again on this Trahey matchup. Disc around to Monica. And Monica nearly blocked, but enough presence in the lane for another turnover, but given right back. A nice play by Matt Zumbrum, but then the offense cannot match the defense.
Sometimes when you think that the D is about to happen, it changes how you try to catch your disc. Shouldn't happen, but it does happen. It's happened to me plenty of times.
And you got a body that suddenly disrupted your view where you're running. Can be challenging. We'll see if Monica can catch up to this throw from Trahey, and the deep shot connects. Slow White ends the run with the deep throw hold.
That was a good response from Slow White. We're talking about momentum. That stopped the momentum from AMP. Bringing the belief back, bringing the confidence back for Slow White. Really tying the game up so it's unclear who's going to step forwards.
Trahey delivering his second assist of the game, both on Hucks. This one in the hands of Eli Monica, the Brown alum. U.S. Under-24 national team member. And an important pickup for this team after the talent that they lost last year. No Tanner Johnson, no Lexi Zalk. Those are the big names, but a couple other players have also left this roster. And it's very different looking from previous years.
Wonder which team's going to be brave here and to change the tactics to, particularly on defense. Like we said, we haven't had any poaching, real disruption. We want to see who's going to be the brave team to make that leap.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty steady as far as the tactics go. We haven't seen a major shift in offensive or defensive strategies, really. Seen the personnel shifting a bit. That is the one thing that seems to be in flux. Nice deep cut there from Roos. Takes two defenders and opens up a free under for Mott. Nice job defensively so far this point by the Slow White women, taking out those vaunted offensive pieces for AMP, and women get their first touch on that crossfield throw to Mazafari.
Emily Shields was looking for that long put there, didn't have quite enough separation.
Mott catches the disc on the break side, and I think a pick call, but not involved in the catch. So Barron catches up. Disc stays with Mott. Shields takes off towards the break side, and lefty to lefty connection on that around from Mott for the hold. Makes it 10-9 AMP. And you know, you talked about the defensive adjustments that we saw from AMP to start this half when they went on that run. Their offense has picked it up in the red zone. They were 3 for 7 in the first half. They've started this half 3 for 3. So those execution errors that were so punishing in that first half. I mean, you can think back to the reset turnover by Emily Shields. Immediately, those have been turned into scores for Slow White in many cases, and now those opportunities are going into the end zone for AMP.
And it's flipping this game around.
So Trahey and the Slow offense only getting a brief rest. And they'll head back out. It's funny how this game is switched. I mean, AMP's O-line had to play for the first 5 points of this game, and now Slow White's offense having to play 5 of the first 6 points of the second half.
Sometimes it's actually it's a lot of very, very small things that add up to a big changes in offense.
The last thing you want in the second half is a tired O-line.
It's okay to be tired. You have to have smart O-line.
Well, that, it seems like Slow White has in spades, and there's no sign of them slowing down yet. Smith going to work. Caitlin Go catching that under a lot of contact from Normile. She gets up. Second-year slow white cutter. Now the disc all the way the opposite side with Chang. Goes up ahead to Westgate. Trahey back to get the reset, and then slings an inside break to the end zone. Another slow white hold ties it up at tense.
Both teams playing well now, and it's a battle.
Neither team giving up very much right now. The pressure is on. You can feel it mounting. These teams know that somebody's championship contention is over. Somebody's season's over after this. There are other games. They're meaningful, but there's such a big difference in that feeling of being in the running and being out of it.
Yeah, and the adrenaline's going to be buzzing through everyone at the moment. I mean, they've probably got about 8 points left, 9 points left at maximum. And so it really is all or nothing. The coaches have a big job at this stage to make the right calls, to get the right personnel, make the right play, the right decisions.
And worth noting, Carolyn Normile is going to be handed a TMF for that foul against Go on the under. Got to keep player safety front and center.
She has so much speed. I think she was struggling to slow down in time to avoid the contact.
Take another look. Yeah, just leaving her feet a little recklessly, and I think she's pretty well aware, so no ill intent.
And luckily no injuries.
But, you know, the card system is not about intent. Charlie Eisner, the editor, and I've talked about this at great length, but cards gotta be used when necessary, and a reasonable use in one.
I like the card system. I did wonder if whether personal foul should then be counted towards team fouls, because if every player received a card, then that's quite a lot of dangerous plays.
Handler weave a new look for AMP as Shields, Mott, and Spiva take all of the initiating touches to get to half field before the disc finds on a Thompson. Thompson having a quiet game. She's had a tough season dealing with injuries. Back on the field with AMP. Rejoined them at regionals, I believe. Stall count climbing, but Spiva gets open on the reset. Continue to see him playing both ways for them. Now Spiva outside in forehand looking for Mott, and Mott takes care of business in the back end. Hold to make it 11-10.
I like the change in offense, the dynamic handler weave. That was a really good call. Slight disconnect when it stalled to bring in some other players, but it certainly got them downfield.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, it's a look that Slow White wasn't ready for. They didn't realize that the stack was going to push a little bit deeper and the handlers were just going to go at it. And you don't need your – I think one of the misconceptions I find with a lot of teams is they feel like their pull plays have to score. And you just really need to get started. And you saw AMP just advance all the way past midfield before they had to hit a cutter. And when your offense is in motion, it's so much easier as a cutter to find room to get into.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the handler weave. Find that on defense, if you're marking it, you really have to be expecting it because it's so fast and it's past you before you even have a chance to think about it. So catching Slow White off guard was a really good strategy. It's a good coach move.
I want to get you some score updates from this pre-quarter round because it's so critical to seasons right now. And one of the big results, Heist, even with Scandal receiving at 9-9, Robin Wiseman with 6 assists in a dominant showing for Heist, looking to get that upset. Mischief is in full control of their pre-quarter final against Shame. They're up 13-7 in that one. Machine, a similar count in their game against High 5. So some of the quarterfinals picture becoming clearer. This one still murky as Amp leads 11-10. And we'll get you more score updates as they come in.
Got the Nor Chang matchup again, which I really like.
Fitzgerald comes underneath to catch it. And a drop from Smith. Don't see a lot of those.
I think he was already thinking about his throw.
So Amp's D-line picks up, and they have been very effective in this second half. Earned 3 breaks, but now very little moving for them, so a punt is their best option. Now cross-field throw, looking for Turner, and he's wide open. Amp holds in the transition fast break.
Just starting to feel the first traces of a breeze coming up. Nothing to really impact this level of throwing. But if it follows like yesterday, it's only going to increase.
That may also lead to some shifts in tactics. As we see the cross-field throw from Ferguson, just too much room. We've seen both teams be pretty punishing with a lot of breakside space. Throwers with more than enough skill to get it across the field and around the mark.
I have to say I was expecting a few more deep looks from both of the teams. Really haven't seen so much. It's been a lot more of the handler to first cutter on the unders style offense.
Get you some more score updates while we got a quick break. San Diego Wildfire, first-time pre-quarterfinalists, now trying to become first-time quarterfinalists. They take a 12-11 lead over Schwa. Traffic also working on an upset in the women's division where things are getting topsy-turvy. Traffic a 12-10 lead over Ozone.
Which they were up 8-2, so that means Ozone have just had a huge comeback.
Sixers, the lone high seed with the lead in the women's division. They're up 14-12 on Rival. The men's division double wide up 14-12 on Johnny Bravo. Sub-Zero up 11-10 on Furious. So coming down to the home stretch here of the pre-quarters round, and plenty of close games to keep an eye on, including this one where Nico Lake's taking the centering pass with a side stack in front of him. Morse underneath. Spiva, plenty of room. Puts it up deep to Emily Shields, attempting deep target, but denied by Leanne Go. The slow white rookie makes the play when her team needs one. Not a ton of separation on that look. I think that was a lot of just trust in Shields and Spiva's own throwing prowess to create that.
Leanne Go did a wonderful job of positioning herself. She actually had better position than Emily Shields. And Emily Shields was backing away as if the disc was going to continue in that direction.
Branis, her throw pops up, and there's our first sign of that wind you were talking about increasing. Branis' throw gets away from her.
And the wind's pretty gusty. It's not overly strong, but it's coming in fits and starts, which is problematic.
And they'll run the side stack again. Spiva going deep. Barron trying to chase him. Barron with the volleyball spike, but I think he may have caught one in the face there. See if he's all right. It looks like he's going to take one. Take another look. Trissolini puts it out. Spiva trying to hold position, but Barron goes up and knocks that one away. Barron looking like he is okay. And now maybe a conversation about a foul call.
It was a very violent swipe, wasn't it? So if he did catch any contact.
A lot of contact through the whole time.
Okay, so my rule is no foul. So what happened is you went up, cleared, and then there was contact after through.
Cool.
Yep.
Hard to tell.
So we're gonna stop. Oh yeah.
We're just gonna
Sub. Do y'all need a sub?
So observer ruled no foul and that the contact was after the disc was out of play.
And I like that interaction. I think that people sometimes misconstrue Spirit as being agreeable, and the two different perspectives, players talked it out, got a ruling, and trusted that one another's perspectives were legitimate. So a positive interaction there, even though the perspectives did not align.
And it's a crucial time in the game as well. Sometimes players' spirit can decrease as games get tighter.
Big block from Barron, generating a break opportunity for Slow White with this game knotted at 11-11. Nelson collecting an under for Boston. Now Leanne go. And bobbled but caught by Amy Stoddard. Handler still finding room for Slow. Crossfield hammer to open things up. And Schwa immediately regrets that one. Another giveaway. And an injury here for Slow White. Baranis hobbling off. Hopefully she's okay as she swaps with Caitlin Fitzgerald. Amp will also take a sub. Raha Mazfari coming on for Amp.
Yeah, the conditions are really changing at the moment.
And not just the weather conditions, but the conditions of the game. Cap has come on, so this will be a game to 14. Either team that scores will make it 12, and you add 2. So, inside break attempt there. Schwa getting it back after his hammer turnover with an emphatic block. Slow White, after those turnovers, is going to take this time to take a timeout. And limited time remaining for these two teams. Slow White with a chance to break back. And interesting to me that all 3 of the turnovers that they generated have been on Slow White blocks on this point. Their defense is gearing up.
Yeah, you can see that individual players are really feeling what is on the line at the moment and starting to really bring up the level.
So as the pressure has mounted, so has the defensive tenacity of both teams. This is a Slow White D-point chance to break. Spiva on the mark as Schwa gets ready to check it in.
Very open inside lane.
Nelson takes off up the line, looking to free up the secondary reset. It's actually that tertiary reset that comes back. Cardinal breaking as this vertical stack is operating with a lot of front action. High stall, around throw is a little low. Wind pushing that around, and Leanne Go can't collect it. Spiva comes in, up line to Mazafari. Mazafari taking a shot, looking for Luke Ryan. Ryan with room. Ryan gets it. Amp holds. And that point feels just so important.
So important, and what a throw at a crucial time. Mazafari just putting it in the right place, bending it around the defender.
She's not going to let the wind stop her. Comes on in the injury sub, and coach is looking pretty smart right about now.
Absolutely. I think Amp have made the coach has made a couple of really sensible decisions, and that being one of the best.
Ryan kisses the disc, kisses a teammate. hoping they'll be advancing into the quarterfinals. The winner of this game will face Minneapolis Dragon Thrust, the number 2 overall seed. So should AMP be able to close this game, it'll be number 1 and number 2 in the quarterfinal round.
For AMP, I would say that this point is now probably the most important. This can really make a big difference. A tie game at 12-14 is a very different story than 13-11.
Worth noting again that quarterfinal between whoever wins this game and Dragon Thrust, that will be a filmed game, be available to Ultiworld subscribers exclusively. So if you don't want to miss any of that action, got to go over to ultiworld.com/subscribe. As the poll goes up, both of these teams hoping to be in that subscription package and in the hunt for a national championship. Side stack from Slow White, a different look for them as well. Poaches from AMP, and intercepted after the deflection. Stephen Ng with the disc, and he takes a timeout. A mirror image of the position Slow White was just in, but now it's AMP with a chance to break.
With a fantastic field position.
Take another look at the turnover. Chang's throw pops up. Trahey can't react in time. AMP intercepts.
He called that timeout really quickly. He saw he wanted flow, he wanted something fast. It wasn't there, and then he saved the stall count with a very quick call.
He had the help of a very active sideline screaming, "We have them, we have them." And the them there, timeouts. Maybe he could have misconstrued and be like, "We have them, we have Slow White right where we want them." And he takes a quick shot. But the communication clear enough that Ng wisely takes a timeout.
Good communication from the sideline, but there are plenty of players I know who have deaf ears and blind eyes to those sorts of communications.
Hey, you know what? That's another thing that teams probably don't practice enough. If you communicate and practice like you do in a game, it'll help you build those communication muscles the same way you do all the other ones.
Right, and valuing the reaction, the player's reaction to the sideline.
Ng with the break throw to Normile. I think he might have thought that was in. And then Normile's break throw is just too casual. Intercepted by Caitlin Go, and a red zone turnover for AMP. A deep throw from Trahey looking for Monica. Peleg trying to get in on it, but Monica takes it down. And I think Monica with a foul call after the catch on Peleg's mark.
He was very quick to get the around mark on. I think that was a surprise, but he did get his position.
Yeah, I think Peleg's argument is I wasn't moving, and I think Monica's argument was, yeah, but you set up too close. Got to be enough room for a pivot, but disc in either way, and now the crossfield throw to Monica drops in, and Slow White avoids conceding a devastating break and instead gets a hold to tie it up at 12s.
What a missed opportunity by AMP to have it on their end zone line. They had the momentum. They had the open shots. Slow White's got to feel pretty good about the position they're in now, tying up the game, 2 points to go.
And Normile, you'll see with the little offhand flip and just not with enough snap, just too casual in these windy conditions. And then the cross-field score. So, what could have been for AMP. Instead, they will send the O-line back out there with the score line even. So a reminder, this is a game to 14. Teams locked at 12-12. Looking to advance into the quarterfinal round.
AMP still have an advantage that they're receiving the disc at this point. So if they can trade it, they can win it.
Sounds so simple. Just trade a couple times.
Throw and catch.
Spiva up dead to Mott. Now Spiva's taking off. Mott puts it up. Spiva trying to get past the poach and catch up to it. Bids, but can't come up with a catch. I don't know if he would have been in bounds, but a great effort from Spiva. Loses the pink visor. Can't lose that. And it does seem like the wind has become a factor in this game.
Yeah, it comes on really quickly. The difference between being completely still to really gusty and tricky conditions.
And the intensity is picked up defensively. Both teams have had multi-turnover points in the past 4 points, and this one will be no different. It's intercepted by Robert Rue.
That looked like an upwind throw that really didn't factor in the conditions.
And I think this score is going to come back from an offensive foul. Spiva with a bit of a push off. I'm sure his claim is that he was trying to create necessary disc space. Players talking through it now. Take another look. I mean, it was clear Spiva extended his arms to create room, but was it room he was entitled to?
That's a good question. I think it's tricky if your movement as a thrower puts the defender off balance. Most of the rules really aren't in the defender's interest.
They're bringing it back.
So it seems like a contested call here, so Diskey's going to go back to Spiva. Spiva on that break side sideline, centers back to Mazzafari. Breaks to Thompson, and then she continues a great fake by Mott to get to that open side cone. And then just a little curl from Mott. A sneaky cut by the quick Philly cutter. And AMP now just one goal away from advancing to the quarterfinals despite trailing 8-6 at halftime.
They're very clean in the red zone there. And nicely swinging it across the back as well, which is creating the opportunities.
So Slow White with their backs against the wall.
Being unpredictable is a counterbalance to a good anticipating D, and that was a good example of that. Rather than swinging and continuing in the normal direction, cutting it, the throw back the same direction, provide the unpredictability.
And a lot of trust in this offensive unit for Slow White as you see them send out just the standard 7, including the young Tess Johnson. Johnson out there with Smith, Trahey, and Chang. Tommy Ferguson, Caitlin Fitzgerald, and Eli Monica. This team has to score if they would like their season to continue. Pellig on the pull for AMP. This one just sits on air. Lands in bounds with the defense right there. Eric Nardelli will be tasked with trying to cover Trahey. Fitzgerald gets open on the open side. Ferguson. Boston's vertical stack still being able to get to that break side. It's just they've just been so effective at getting the disc off the sideline.
They really have, with ease.
Chang checks it into Normile. That Far third with Monica looking for a reset. Chang finds room. And then that one comes off the hands of Trehi under the pressure from Nardelli. This could be it if Schwa can't earn it back. And a timeout back at the disc. Andrea De Sabato calling that one. So this is a situation we've seen play out before. AMP took a timeout on their own goal line near the sideline. And we saw it did not work out the way they intended.
Yes, and this time they've got wind involved as well.
You can see AMP coaching staff directing traffic now.
Patrick Sherlock's made some really good calls, particularly in the second half of the game, and this is where it comes down to the coach.
And I think the mixed club division, probably the division where you would say coaching has the least, has gained the least traction. Many teams uncoached, but Sherlock has asserted himself as one of the best coaches in the division. You can see that in our mixed club awards last year. But, you know, a far fewer coaches in this division. And AMP has been happy to leverage the advantage they get with him. So De Sabato comes in with the disc. Gets it off the sideline immediately with the high throw to Normile. Normile taking her shot with the backhand hook up wind. Spencer DeRue tracks it down. A few yards away into the end zone for Luke Ryan, but blocked. A season-saving block by Tommy Ferguson. Schwa has new life. Monica gets the hand up to pull down that one out of the wind. Fitzgerald, with little time left, just kind of throws it up for Trehi, and I think there was a stall call. Trehi not able to free himself up from Nardelli and says, just throw it up. I'm the taller guy. Hopefully it'll work out.
And those discs are hard to do in this wind because it's so unpredictable where they're going to go. We saw yesterday as the wind picked up that at some point started to look like flutterguts. And there's a real risk of that on these little pop-ups.
So the stall count looks like it's going to come in contested stall at 8, and not a lot of options for Fitzgerald. But Trehi takes advantage of the 2 seconds and maybe 2 feet and puts it up. Monica on the other end. 13-13. Next team to score is going to quarterfinals.
That was a do or die look, wasn't it? They knew the only option was just to go for it, and they went for it, and it came off.
See again the Ferguson block that created this opportunity. If he doesn't get here, this game is over. But Ferguson breaks up the play. Look at Trehi, just enough room, and then immediately puts it up. No hesitation. The acrobatic grab by Monica.
And
his
shoulder
third
strength.
goal of this second half.
Incredible shoulder strength to catch it behind him.
Monica now with 4 goals and an assist. Trehi has 3 assists of his own in this second half and 4 total.
So AMP have the advantage because they have the wind, and both teams have struggled going upwind. Normile's backhand throw being probably the best one so far in that direction.
No surprise to see her out there for this double game point. AMP unsuccessful in their double game point against Blackbird yesterday. in pool play. That's how they ended up here. But they were on defense. And a nice rolling pull is going to start Amp on that sideline. And so not great field position for them. Mott isolated underneath. And a card coming out immediately. And I think everybody expected that for Doherty. And I hear on the sideline someone say he started to and then he tried to stop. I think he realized it was not going to be a good play after he started to make it. But card comes out and we're back underway. Mott up line to Normile. Fitzgerald wisely cutting off the backhand huck. Spiva underneath. Advancing now into the hands of Mott. And a turnover. Fitzgerald able to get in there. Slow White with a chance. I'm so nervous right now.
My heart is in my mouth. I'm just waiting for the big put upwind, which they seem to be looking for.
Trahey over to Doherty. Now Barron on that far sideline. Caitlin Go takes off but doesn't get it. And then the continue from Trahey just beyond the reach of Go.
You've got to bid for
A
those.
reprieve for Amp.
You've got to bid for those.
I imagine it's running through her head right now. But she's got to turn her attention to defense.
All the chances now for Amp.
Amp bringing it in on their own goal line in the hands of Nikki Spiva. Mott taking off. Spiva puts it up. Mott with lots of separation. And he tries to track it in bounds. The observer inbounds is ruled, so Mott into the end zone. And that is it, folks.
Oh, two very close catches on the sideline. Big calls from the observer.
Sideline plays by Sean Mott, just barely keeps it in and then continues into the end zone for the goal. An incredible finish to this one. Both teams with their chances. A back and forth battle all the way through. Look at this again. Mott extending, and there's, from our angle, there's a body on the sideline just in line with his feet. I think it looked like Mott was in. We'll see if we can get another angle on it.
Although the foot was blocked, it did look like he caught it when the back foot was down.
Take another look at this alternative angle. So Mott tracking it down. Tough to tell from there either. I think it was in, but I don't know if we have the video evidence to support that.
From the other angle, it looked like he actually had his hand clasped around when his back foot was down, although we couldn't see where the back foot was.
I don't think either team's waiting for us to come to the video replay. Amp will advance to the quarterfinals with this win. All right, a definitive look. In. Gets his hand on it, keeps that foot just inside of the line. Sean Mott making the play of the game on that one.
And what a great call from the observer as well. We had to look at it 3 times in slow motion. He made the right call on a pressured situation.
Yeah, the player's not the only ones under pressure out there. I'm sure the observers will be relieved. A valiant effort from Slow White in this one, but come up short against Amp.
a fitting end to an incredible game.
So AMP will advance to the quarterfinals, meaning we will get a matchup between the number 1 and number 2 seeds in the mixed division in the quarterfinals. 1 and 2, AMP against Dragon Thrust. After AMP closes out Slow White, and I mean, you got to go back to that 3-break run to start the second half for AMP. Came out on fire, able to retake control of this game. And no surprise that this play by Sean Mott with the game on the line is going to be your B Ultimate play of the game. B Ultimate elite customer service, premium products like the N-Knit and N-Weave, and incredible reliability with less than a 1% error rate. Check them out and join the B team at www.bultimate.com. That's BEUltimate.com. 1% error rate, that's about what AMP may have had room for there. And Mott comes in on the right side of it with that one. So the final score here, Philadelphia AMP 14, Slow White 13, a double game point thriller that'll send us to the quarterfinal round. We'll be back in the quarterfinal round to bring you a quarterfinal from the men's division. So join us for that one. We'll see you soon, folks.
Every time we cut the prices, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Into traffic, and Strick who comes down with it.
They're gonna come down with it.
Now the defense. Hits Bailey. But got back by
A big huck going up early from Normile. It's Fennig swinging to the end zone, pops over the head and then caught. Lauren Allen with the huge bid. Fennig gonna go for the hook right away, looking for Ingrid Pettersson, and that is on the money.
Schwa when the two teams faced off the weekend.
Yeah, effective player. They going out there, taking the. I think Schwa does pull it out here. They definitely have an option to take it to.
That throw saved in the end zone by Yoshida.
Step up and really, especially on defense, look to get some blocks, look to kind of get some momentum and some energy from the field to try to get this traffic.
And then a big layout block by Jack Verju. Ishmael airs out a huge forehand, is caught under pressure. With a quick throw from Ishmael is swatted away by Lord.
10 minutes at this point.
Sixers, backhand hook. Schwa advancing towards the end zone. Sherwood to the end zone. Jacobson with a layout catch. Coles has the disc. The upset no one saw coming. Toronto Sixers upset Seattle Riot. Portland Schwa beats Molly Brown to go to the semifinals.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ulti-World subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Sick defense.
Oh, Charlie, are we allowed to curse on this?
We are. I confirmed. Meh.
Oh, hey, Bid, I saw your jersey there.
Yeah, I can't read this chat.
Hey y'all, this is Jesse Shopner and Laura Bitterman with Send It Back from Ulti-World. We will be watching the Schwa Molly Brown quarter from this year's Club Nationals. Before we start, I want to give a shout out to Bitterman because she's a healthcare worker, and I want to say thank you for what you're doing day to day right now, and also that I hope this activity provides some levity. And I'm really glad you could make it to do this and that you're back in the division.
Thank you.
A few things. We're both drinking gin tonight for every time Bitterman gets open on me. And I wanted to say that quarters is one of my favorite rounds because I feel like it's one of those kind of like college regionals on Sunday where you get finished with whatever your objective is that day and you come out of the round or that day saying like who made it, who won, and it's surprises everywhere and you can kind of like feel around the whole field complex like people's dreams dying or being fulfilled, and it's just like one of those like teeter-tottery rounds that I think is really fun.
Yeah.
And I was curious, Bit, if you could talk to us a little bit about this matchup and about Schwa's identity this season.
So this matchup was particularly exciting because, well, for a few personal reasons. So when I was playing Brute, we happened to match up against Molly Brown like multiple years at the end of the season, which was really fun. But this year we played y'all at Co-Cup, and it was a barn burner. We lost it. I distinctly remember sending a screenshot to Jelly and being like, see, I was wide open. Why didn't you throw it? We would have won. But yeah, so it was fun. But Schwa's identity, Schwa's like they're one of the oldest teams in the division, so that's sweet. But I feel like they've evolved a ton over the years. Yeah, I think that we're a really gritty team. And I think it shows in a lot of our matchups tend to be like pretty close, pretty aggressive. And I feel like, one thing that this year we prided ourselves on was spirit and just having good, kind of just like good games where everyone felt good about it afterward, whether or not we lost, but we showed our best selves. So yeah, I'm stoked about rewatching this game. Let me know if you want me to intro us to see how it started. So I don't want everyone to be lost when we start. So basically, the film started midway through the first point, and usually in Frisbee, a pole goes up, and then like someone catches it, and then we go. This game, Ella Hansen threw a pole, and y'all didn't catch it. So then it was a turnover to start. So don't be confused. I will bring it up throughout the game just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Won't name names because I don't know who did it. But if you know, you can shout them out because they probably haven't thought about it pretty much since then. So that's that.
All right, let's get the show on the road, Charlie.
Taggart dropped the pole to start. So Schwa's going to...
So that's Jelly with it. And quick score. Who scored that? Was that Shay? Probably Shay.
I think it's a little... This game is actually kind of hard to identify. A lot of the action, especially in the second half, will happen on the far side of the field with the trap set. So we'll have to help each other out with identification.
True dat. This is an awesome matchup, Merle and Claire. That was a meatball.
Yeah, that was
the opposite of a butterscotch kid.
Yes, agreed. I like this matchup a lot.
Trucks.
For those of you watching. Yes, Trucks was I used to play on Schwa when I was in college, and part of why I like this matchup a lot personally throughout the whole season is that I've just learned from so many of these people on Schwa specifically and on Molly Brown now, and it's one of those matchups for me where when you walk up and down the sideline, you're just kind of you make eyes with an old teammate, or you touch in passing while you're both giving field talk to different teams, and
sure.
I've always really appreciated that aura around this game.
I definitely made some eyes and touched some people. So this is a sloppy ass end zone, but Merle is like a little squirrel. She's awful to guard in a small space.
I really like what's coming up right now. I think that's Shay, right? Wait.
God, I don't know, but let's just say it's Shay.
Every time we don't know, it's
But I wanted to shout out, it's going to be Shay throughout. I will say that Shay is whatever at Frisbee, but at Rec League basketball, she is our entire team. Oof, that was a bad turn.
I think Molly would have a bad time trying to score in Rec League basketball. Actually, we'd have
it's bad. I mean, we're
3 really great players.
Ooh, that was a good throw.
We did it. We scored. Now we're getting going.
Well, what's cool about this game is it's like there's like four parts to this game. So this first half I feel like was pretty even back and forth. The thing that I noticed about yours, the beginning turns are all pretty self-inflicted. So I think that speaks a lot to it's something we have to keep in mind going into the second half, that a lot of your turns were y'all and not so much forced.
Yeah.
Fucking
and
Eva.
rewatching this game, that's I think this one is a tough. Yeah, it's really hard to tell about.
I mean, she's
Zip's
fully
catch
in
just
bounds,
then.
but yeah.
Oh, this is
heavens.
what I signed up for.
I mean, I just wanted to give it to Eva because she didn't throw a fucking IO. She threw in a round backhand for the first time, and they called it out. You know it's quarters because Kimber's playing defense, and she's trying. I mean,
That's what I
let's be
always
honest,
used to
who
say
am I
about
on right
Sophie
now,
Darts,
Jesse?
too. Oh,
Manu
your
with
favorite
this
thing
pick
to
grab.
do is switch immediately.
Oh, there's... If you switch a
No,
lot,
it's okay. You're
then
in the
there's no
frame,
way you can get
though.
score done. Let's shout out every time Manu does really well, because I feel like as this wears on, things feel sadder. So shout out to Kristen Rosenblum, who did this fucking throughout the season. Like, she is... Her timing, and yeah, she crushed the deep space.
She's really good in the
And-
air. And
then Sherwood,
we knew
just
it was
perfect hugs.
coming.
Yeah.
I feel partially responsible for that. Like, LP was trying to muck things up and flashed on an under, and I was just staring at you in the stack and not playing the field at all. And
Yeah.
just let Lisa get annihilated because I was too scared of letting you go in the stack, and she kind of bit me for it. Oh, bit me for it. She yeah.
Yikes.
Wasn't very happy with no help, so hopefully it improves as the game goes on.
I'm happy to blame you for anything that you want to blame yourself for.
I'm in. I really like how commanding Shay is with the disc.
Yeah.
Right before.
Yeah,
that
she's
happens.
a total badass. But what I was gonna say is that every rec league game she gets punched in the face, and she's surprised every time. Basketball, guys.
She just have a punchable
She
face
just gets-
location? Or how's that
No,
happen?
but I mean, she's our whole team, so like everybody guards her, and then no one else will shoot or do anything. So we give her the
She's
ball,
just
and she's
surrounded.
4 feet tall. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So I feel like y'all's handler movement is sort of what I think of when I think of Molly Brown as the hardest part about, all the quick little movements. And so I think we tried to switch a lot, which hopefully slowed down a bit. Manu. Yikes.
Yeah, should we just count them? We drink every time? Manu, I see you in the chat. I hope you're drinking every time.
What?
What
time is it in Colombia? I didn't know she'd be watching.
Yeah, and Aspina's on the chat as well.
Jelly, 2 hands. There's Ella on the mark.
Thank God for Alika Johnson.
Dude, same, yeah.
Sometimes when Molly Brown doesn't perform, it's because of some series of like getting complacent. And I feel like that really isn't what happened in this game. Like that Eva, that's I think the best display of Eva's nonchalantness flowing straight into doing something really sick. She just stood up
super
like
nonchalant.
nobody
Almost
else was
2.
there. And then
Yikes.
threw a filthy
Did you just see
shot.
that IO? Or wannabe IO?
Yeah.
There's no better time to run through your throwers' lanes like I just did than when they're trying to score in the end zone. Sherwood loves when I run through every lane. It causes a little bit of panic for both your team and the other team. 50% of the time works.
Yeah, I actually
none of the time.
The time you just scored, I was like tracking you to the stack and started to pull up, and that's when you scored on the break side.
Oh yeah,
I was
it
like,
was a
great,
garbage cut.
we're
Yeah,
going back
it was
to
terrible.
Whatever, you were open by many, many yards. This is great.
Ooh,
Good
that
night,
was also
Ella.
Ella. How's that for an observation? Ella. That's Nidge with the disc. Every team needs a Nidge. Nidge looks
Yo,
and
don't I
actually
believe
does
that.
hate everyone. Except for a few
Nidge was
people.
she was a captain my first year in college, and then I have never had a feud year without Nidge. So she was a captain.
Oh, really?
And then she was an assistant coach and then a head coach every single year that I participate on feud. Like, I do not know a feud that does not involve Katie Weatherhead, and I'm very grateful
Oh, really?
for her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really, truly. I really thought she would never like me because of what she's just.
I mean, she probably doesn't. Let's be
very
honest.
direct, and she probably doesn't. But I've gotten more comfortable with it, is what I think it really is.
Eva, stick to forehands for fuck's sake.
I'm trying not to laugh so loud.
There's Weaver's mark, making sure they don't throw it at the sideline. Forget the inside space.
I thought my team was roasting itself today on the group meet, but you are a different level.
I do think, I was wondering,
okay, so-
Jesse, like, y'all tend to sometimes go down and then come back in big games. Is that something you guys talk about? Come on.
Yeah, no, we just
I'm
ignore
trying
it
to
and then
be
do it.
frisbee-like.
We just ignore it and then we just go down 0-4 and semis the next year against the same team, and then we don't do anything about it. We talk about it or try to figure out what it's sourced from. Manu, that's too.
Manu is literally the best player in the world, so I feel like we're okay saying shit to her.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we wouldn't be able to say these things if you weren't incredible.
Yeah, we're not going to make fun of the bottom of the roster.
Yeah, for sure.
See, this is what we're talking about. There's Kristen
tried
Rosenblum again.
to-
She's just like
Yeah,
fucking
she's
there.
great.
She's
great.
like a middle school or something teacher, and she looks like it. You know what I mean? That was gnarly.
Just replay it, Charlie. The people want to see it.
Yeah, replay
Do it
that.
again. Do it like 3 more times, please. I mean, I guess they've all seen it on Twitter, so it's kind of whatever. But I think that this was a time that I think it was trying. It was a trying time to be resilient, to have things like this happen, because it's so jaw-dropping and so stark right at the beginning of a point.
Yeah. Like the drop pull at the beginning too.
Yes. Just like
Yeah,
that. And there's
similar.
a turf flick coming up, all from great players. So it's just like bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
No. And a great opponent.
I'll be
somebody in
honest,
the
I was
chat
like,
asked-
yeah.
I have a high school teammate of mine asked if there was any pride in seeing, excuse me, the club I used to play for making it to that level in this manner. And
Dude, Jesse, that was sick. by the way,
actually,
that cut.
yes. I think it was Lisa's throw, right? It's very easy to cut for her.
Take credit, Jesse.
I just, I just have to. All I have to do is get some yards, and she does all the leg work. I guess the throwing work. Yeah, Mitch. I remember turning to Chelsea later that night and being like, I mean, this sucks and it hurts, but I'm also so proud of Schwa simultaneously. And it felt really genuine, and not bitter, and losing is hard, and having your road towards your goal be done is really difficult. That's the one bit you wanna. Do you wanna? Hey Charlie,
Wait, let's
will
replay
you,
that, Charlie.
run it back?
Because there's a spin move that happens.
I knew it was fucking coming too.
Really
especially
focus
with the
on the
ball
far
in
side
Julia's
of the
hands.
field. Yeah, I mean it is all Julia, but I still did a spin
I was
move
like,
on you in the
great,
middle of a frisbee game.
And we were
I
within,
remember catching
2.5 yards of the sideline. I
mean,
knew
it
it was
was
coming
terrible.
the moment you threw the juke. The moment you threw it, I was like, the disc is coming. Even I know Julia's gonna throw this. It's like 3 inches from the sideline. She's gonna do it anyway. And I as I turned, I saw the disc passing me. I was just like a beat.
Yeah, it was stupid. Kimber Coles is talking mad shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Lisa, say something nice. I told you that cutting for you is the easiest
No, she said
job on the
something.
field.
She said not nice. You gotta say something not nice.
Oh. Not nice. Oh, it's not my forte. I told Bitterman to bring the heat. She asked me to say some frisbee things. It was a deal.
Well, I'll say some frisbee things. If you're actually trying to learn something, you can watch Kimber Coles. She does an awesome job of maintaining space and like routinely kind of keeps everything together, as does Kristen Rosenblum. Actually runs the system really well. And then you have Sherwood and me doing God knows what. But yeah, I would say that that's something that you can actually at halftime, basically what I was thinking, just because I know y'all so well, I'm like, I was just basically waiting for it. I'm like, they're gonna come back. Like, I don't exactly know how, but like I said, most of your turns were like kind of weird errors of like turfs and drops from Manu.
Dude, we are, wow, we're already at 8-5. This is crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, that's what I was thinking at half.
I also was gonna talk about Kimber. I didn't call matchups for this game, but ever since playing for Schwa and calling defensive matchups, when I was playing on Scandal or early on in Molly Brown, I like put athletes on Sherwood and Merle and Pop, and then put like the smartest defender I have available on Kimber because
yeah,
of course she is also athletic, like she's so fast, but she's the one who's gonna kill you on stall 9.
Yeah,
like
I mean, like
when
Sherwood
Kimber's
throw
team
to her just
always
now.
has a stall 9 option. And a good one, like a 40-yard gainer on the break side. She will catch you sleeping. And she's like the quietest, most impactful piece.
For sure. She's definitely one of the most underrated people. But yeah. If she runs deep, I'm like, does a duck with a boner drag weeds? Like, throw it to her, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we... Are you replaying this one, Charlie? Oh, wait, no. Gosh, it's going so fast.
Where are we at? 8-6? Holy hell.
This is when things started feeling like fluid again.
This is when I was like, oh God.
Yeah, I think what's tricky here, Alika and I were talking about this this morning, actually. I was asking her thoughts on the game, and I think this part of the game is something I wouldn't know how to handle game management wise, about if you're a little bit in a hole and you need to get out of it, but you don't want to overplay people, and balancing that pathway. God,
that was such a sick grab.
Does
Does anyone else feel emotionally like that was in? Because like I do. That was also sick. And then she rips it.
Yeah.
But yeah. I will note that we usually have like kind of an O and a mixed and a D line, and this is basically our O line minus me, so you can read into that how you want.
Wait, shoot, I missed whatever you said, but Charlie laughed. I was reading the chat.
What is it? I don't know, but what's it called? Claudia Tajima wants to know who the most overrated player. She doesn't care about the most underrated player. Jesse, who's your least favorite teammate and why is it Chip Chang?
Oh goodness, why am I struggling to be in the frame? Where is the camera? This is a weird.
It is confusing. It's like backward.
It's backwards. Okay.
Yeah, it took a while to figure
it is
out.
most certainly not Chip Chang, but how dare you?
Okay,
well,
so
actually,
for real,
okay.
Jesse. So it's
You know why it's Chip Chang? Is because she spent $2,000 at Costco. and then went back for more Costco runs. It was a tough
Chip Chang
financial
was
season for
in.
Molly Brown because we were also trying to be more like professional and actually sleep in beds and stuff. So it was like the most expensive Molly Brown season we've had yet.
That was a sick throw. Was that Manu? Manu, great throw.
Yeah,
You did it,
yes.
girl.
So alongside
Manu.
Manu's tough game, she was she was really good at this look. It comes out 2 or 3 times during the game.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, and that's
tossing
why
over the
it's
stack.
that's why it's noticeable she doesn't have the best game because she is so good. Like everything she does, she's so good. I will say when Chip Chang was in Portland for less than 24 hours, she went to REI no less than 3 times. And that's why she's my least favorite teammate.
When did you play together?
No, she was just in Portland for like less than 24 hours, had nothing to do with Frisbee. And she was at REI every time I texted her. So in the close frame, you can see Maddie Franz. Maddie Franz is a dope deep cutter. She's so incredible. Yeah, she has excellent timing. Okay, let's see what this chat is all about.
Yeah,
Ella says put the D line on.
Maybe that was in an answer to yeah, so we started throwing a trap set during this stretch of coming back. We were down 5-8 at half, is that right? Or coming out of half?
Yes.
When is half?
Yeah.
And I think the trap set was a good call for conservation. Well, like getting blocks efficiently in order to convert. And it paid off for the middle stretch here.
Yeah, for sure. I don't want people to take away just zone when you play Schwa, because that's not fair.
I am curious, but y'all were playing like pretty, it seemed saggy and switchy on us and in this game, and I was curious if that's like an always thing for Schwa, or if you keep it in your back pocket. Specifically, Charlie, you can go ahead and replay this 4 times while we're talking. If that's something you were specifically angling for in this game, or it's just like something that Schwa finds success in regularly.
Yeah, I mean, so first I'll say I support Noelle laying out on the mark, because fuck it, and Legend's the best. Also, we like switched fine. It was all good. So everyone relax on Legend laying out on the mark. It was embarrassing for her, and she's so great. Anyway, I will say this. So our O-line often did some switchy stuff. And I'm not 100% if we've talked, we probably did talk about it at practice and have a name for it. I'm not sure. But I think we were supposed to be person. So that's probably why it was really confusing for everybody else, because we didn't have a plan. We just were like, Eva, if something goes deep, do it. Oh, I forgot to say, Eva's last name is Pope, y'all. At World's Tryouts, apparently someone was calling her Ava the whole time, but she was too scared to correct them. I don't want to name names, but Claire Chastain, her name is Eva Pope.
It was happening when we were doing our prep for this game too. We like watched the entire, the traffic game. Entire time people were saying Ava Pop. I was like, you're not correct on any front.
Oh my god. Claire says oops, but I feel like she should also apologize, right? So again, Kimber's the only one who's like, I'm gonna make space here.
God, she's so good.
Here's the deal. You need a couple of clusterfuck people like Sherwood and I, and it makes it fun and good. But you need like 2 people to actually run the offense.
I was actually expecting to not guard you, but I thought I was given the Sherwood matchup when we were prepping, and that Manu was supposed to guard you. And I think that those are 2 different things. Like all my mental prep work was like, I'm gonna take Sherwood's inside shoulder and then body her when she comes 7, which she does like 94% of the time. And then instead, I just played Twinkle Toes with you the whole time and just ate it. Like really different.
You were
game.
prepping for
Just
someone with
expecting
good
to-
throws. Just say it. You were prepping for someone with good throws other than a 2-yard backhand, okay? Just say it. Let's see.
I do think that something y'all did really
Ooh.
well. Oh, thank you, Ronnie.
Ronnie's
That's a great catch.
in the air.
Very good.
It's similar to where Merle skied her, though, right there.
Yes. Yeah. She had, yeah, I think similarly to what you were saying earlier in the game, that we had some errors made entirely on our own. That it, like, Ronnie doesn't misread discs in the deep space ever, and she has like one shank of a read, and me, her superpower is like high pointing the disc and just misread an open one that I think we haven't gotten to yet. And then
did nobody from
it
the
just kind of
sideline
feels
yell, read it?
Yeah, no, very unhelpful silent. No,
So that didn't happen?
It just feels like everybody had one, you know, it was like a lot of people had 1 and then Manu had 4, and then we're playing an opponent who's like gonna perform well and force more errors out of us and put the ball in the end zone on the like it. Y'all weren't just giving it back to us. Great camera work
This
here.
part's blurry, which is kind of how I felt about this part of the game. I think I just remember being like, I knew they were going to do that. That's a great throw, Merle. Merle the squirrel.
Yeah, goodness.
Were you feeling at this point, were you like, all right, we got this?
Yes, but not in a complacent way. It was like, I have a weakness individually of like getting pretty affected when I feel like my team has lost the edge, and then feeling pretty concerned about getting that edge back. That's great me. She's just so heads up, will go get the ball faster than anybody else, or like where other people aren't gonna go get it.
I think of Lisa P that way too. I feel like she always knows where the disc is and is getting like squirrely D's.
Definitely. I think that individually I felt like, okay, great, we got the edge back. Now we just do our jobs pretty steadily for the remainder of the game. Like, we don't have to do anything crazy.
Was that Liza Major?
We're not digging ourselves out of the... Yeah. Yes. Liza Major.
That's a sick throw.
Straight to round bottom.
But you were feeling like a little more...
Yes. And I mean, we went from 5-8 to 11-8. I don't know. I haven't been watching the scoreboard, but we made the run we needed to make, which is,
right,
what we've done against Brute for the past 2
Let's
semis.
See if I throw
also,
a backhand. Shockingly. A 2-yard backhand. Oh.
I'm really proud
the
of you.
elusive forehand. It still boggles my mind that people throw break forehands. Like, I can't believe that's just a thing. Great end zone, Schwa. Good shit.
Hey, it works going the other direction. Weaver comes down with it over me.
It is true.
So, don't worry, we've got you.
I don't know who threw that, but you've got to feel bad about yourself overthrowing Lisa P.
I think that Lisa Kimber? Has the... That's just the goal. That's just Kimber calls.
Yeah.
Wow, Brenna throwing shade. She said that...
What did Brenna say?
We'll give you Bitterman for Ronnie. That she'll trade you for Ronnie. No.
Oh, Brenna.
Not a chance.
Just looking for 5 minutes of fame, Brenna.
Joe, Ronnie is a very nice piece for this Molly Brown squad. A shout out to Joe White, who's been on every single stream that I've gotten on in the past month in the chat room. Is this looks more intentional than the other?
Yeah, this
like,
is definitely
switching up stuff.
intentional. This is more, I think this is our mixed line. Someone chat it on Schwa. This is our mixed line, I believe.
I'm sure
No.
Ella can answer for you.
Oh,
She
Ella
has all the
definitely
questions.
can. Ella's got a lot of thoughts.
I still text Ella when I need a question answered about Frisbee that I could probably like search for on my own for anywhere from 2 to 10 minutes and figure out. I will text Ella Hansen and receive the answer in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Do we do it? We do it. Yeah, here
You can
too.
replay
I
that
felt
just because Merle's
comfortable
probably
but not
pissed about it right
complacent.
now. Cole Whalen wants to know if I went to Herzl. Yeah, I went to Herzl. Are you kidding me? God, it's Jew camp, Jesse.
Cole Whalen.
Fucking Cole Whalen.
He's in
God, I
the other
invented
room
her.
listening to you.
Oh, that's cool. All right. Ooh. Merle, are you watching?
Oh, wow. Bitterman, you're going to love this question. Joe White asks, please list your top 7 Jews in Ultimate.
I just don't even know if enough Jews play Ultimate. There are other Dina, I guess. God.
You're not going to answer
man.
Ella right now. She is going to be sad.
Ella can pull for the Jew line. Okay, that's Mila with the disc. Mila's also a healthcare provider, as is Trucks. Shout out. And Mila is one of those players. She's sort of like a Vicky Negas, just like a glue player. Like, culture-wise, she's a fucking angel from above. And I think every team needs those people. And so if your team has one, you're lucky. And if you don't know who it is, it's probably you, Mila, Vicky. Weaver's just solid. That was such a good throw. Like, she's just solid.
Yeah, Weaver's been one of my favorite players for a long time. She is really good at doing exactly what she's asked. Like,
right.
The best that it could be performed.
Like Manu, like had someone just yelled "read it" to her.
Ego.
Yeah.
Okay, Manu, that's 3.
Yeah, I totally agree about Weaver.
Like, for 2 seasons on Fugue, she was the pole catcher who was then also the most integral to our offense, and with the least amount of ego on the whole team. She's a treasure. Yeah.
I think of Angela Zhu that way. She's like the hardest worker. I mean, in my opinion, one of the best players in the division, and just does her job and fucking does it and doesn't ask for anything. So there's Claire trying to be like Weaver, but it's a meatball.
Yeah. Oh god. I actually yeah. I can't say something mean, Lisa. I tried and I froze up.
Jesse, you got it. Say something mean. You got it. I believe in you. We can do this together. Or we can talk about Jelly. Jelly's so goddamn good too. Right out of bounds, Jay. Just directly out of bounds.
Watched the Weaver film. I used to watch Sherwood film.
Charlie, can we replay that? Shay got it and just threw it right out of bounds. Shay with the great cut. Boom, gets it. And right out of bounds. Boom. 12-11.
Has a big wind-up.
Oh my goodness.
Don't worry, I think I recall another disc landing in that exact same spot shortly here.
Mad Dog says that Jelly won't take her socks off in bed unless she trusts you. I feel good about that information, and I would like more information like that, Mad Dog. Why do you know that?
Yeah, Ella saying that Molly should have watched that out of bounds throw. And by Molly, I think she means Lisa.
Or, oh, I see. It's 12-12, dude.
Is this it? No, this is it. When does Universe happen?
Why slide on your knees? That looks so terrible. It hurts so bad to watch.
Okay. This is
Was
not
that
Universe.
Lisa again?
Okay, so this is the no I don't know who threw it. But that
Charlie,
was the
this
one I
is
was talking
going
about
too
when
fast.
we I think that's buckets every time because it is normally we just like had a few stacked up in a row that we
This
just
is such a
didn't
good
hold
throw.
on to.
That's Katie Blyce on the mark. Oh, God. In the off season, she's gotten into roller derby. Not playing
Oh,
it,
no.
hanging out with people. It's a good mark, Manu.
Lisa said it was her fault for throwing it to Manu. They do a lot of that. Lisa and Manu deferring to each other. They're like, no, you're better. No, you're better. No, you're better. No, you're better. But most of the time, it works. Not this time.
There's Emery with the disc. We call her Sunshine. She is an actual rain cloud of a human, but with a sick forehand break. See, that's what I'm talking about. Lisa's so good at, like, she just is intuitive about where it's going to go.
So just put, like, a pointy finger in there and lean back. I got a little nervous when it started to happen, but she was really safe there. Bit, this was your first season on Schwa, and I'm curious if it was, like, if anything surprised you, or maybe, like, your favorite thing about being on the team this year? I know it's like we can play against teams for so long, and we moved coast to coast, and I was just curious what that experience was like.
Yeah. I mean, it was really fun because there wasn't a lot of pressure. Like, I feel like I took 2 seasons off, and I just missed it so much. So I was, like, going in, being like, just have fun and be nice to people. That hasn't worked out a ton, but I did make a friend or two. No, but it was really fun, and I learned a ton because they run an offense that's more. I feel like on Brute, it was very structured, and not that Schwa is not structured, but it's way more like everyone's a handler, everyone's a cutter, and I think in this game it actually showcases like how dynamic everybody is. Whereas like Brute, like obviously Leanne Hoffman can't throw it, so she cuts. You know what I mean?
How do you get away with this shit? Yeah, that's something I noticed in the rewatch as well. I think that like Schwa's depth was on display, and kind of like the diversity of who is touching the ball. I remember this season that I first didn't play for Schwa, but was still in Oregon, and there was like all this excitement because they had a new coach coming in, some solid like key players sticking around and leadership with like this really clear vision, and a lot of talk about what you're saying, the like everyone's a cutter, everyone's a handler, and having this very fluid and dynamic and threatening offense. And I feel like the growth trajectory since then has just been very clear, and everyone's been really excited about it. People who've been lingering on the team for a long time, building it, but also people coming into it. And I think to bring it back to the question from earlier about like, are you proud of a team that you used to play for, whatever, like breaking the threshold or performing this way? It's like absolutely, partly because of hearing all of that behind the scenes chatter. Oh, this is when Sherwood throws another one to the back of the stack and Weaver dunks on me. We can just skip this part, Charlie, if you want. Oh, God.
Well, she had a lot of other options with Eva and I swirling like a whirlpool in the front of the stack.
Well, that's what
Again, there's-
pulled me. That's what lured me under. Look, I start to
I'm
pull
telling
towards you because I didn't trust Manu, I guess. Whoops, and I got scored on.
To be fair to you, are you going to trust Manu this game?
Always.
But yeah, I had so much fun with Schwa this year. It felt really genuine, and it was really nice to play. It was just nice to play again. Like Frisbee is so much more than just the sport. Then that's what this season really highlighted for me. So it was cool. And
Wow.
Nidge hugged me at the end of this game.
Oh my god, really? That's huge.
Was that you? No, that was Liza.
No, that was Manu. Don't worry.
Oh, was Manu again? Oh my god, Manu!
Bottoms up, everyone in the chat. Ready, 3, 2, Manu.
God bless her. At least she has her youth still. Jelly, sick bid. Ooh. There's really no better time to do that than 13-13 when your team's about to score. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That is.
Manu, I still love you a lot. Oh, it's backwards.
Sick by Jelly there.
I think we get
Jelly had a great game.
Twice. We're in this.
Can you hear the shock in my voice? Just kidding. Jelly's always good.
I was super excited to see you and Jelly both.
Yeah.
I got texts when y'all went to tryouts this year, and I was really, really excited for the team to add y'all.
Yeah. She is such a smart player. She's also a really good, she is a teacher by trade, but she's also a good teacher on the field. I feel like she's super thoughtful. I think she, towards the back end of the season, started helping us with defensive matchups, and that made a huge difference.
You got another Jelly fact from Mad Dog. She said
Jelly's
self-proclaimed animal alter
ego.
Wait, what? I thought you were going to say it.
Is a wild stallion?
This lag is killing us right now.
I don't know. Nat Green says a motherfucking wild stallion. That makes more sense.
Yeah, so
thanks, Nat Green.
I think this is probably when I got nervous or didn't feel as secure. That
right here, 14-14.
Before this point, being like, okay, because of the edge shift, like that's a vulnerability I have in my mental game individually. Is like, okay, the point before, like you took the edge, and I just like always. I mean, I always think that a game is winnable. I've never really succumbed to the thinking a game is done before it's done, but I do feel like less secure, which is
I like to give up at halftime if we're down.
It's
totally.
Conservation.
But
okay,
this is universe.
This is universe. Actually, Charlie, can you pause it? I think something significant about this point is that we prepared for this game, right? Like we watched you run isolation plays off of the pole, mostly with Sherwood throwing to Kimber or another very good receiver. And it's 14-14. Your season is on the line, and I just felt very impressed that there was no fear and still attacking in that way. The throw this time doesn't connect because Lisa is a great player, but I thought that was one of the most kind of character showing pieces of the game, was that y'all still attacked in the same way you attacked all game, in the same way you attacked the round before, and that you didn't pull up just because it's universe. Actually, wait.
I would
Charlie,
say that's.
Oh wait, no, he went back.
Yeah, he rewound it, but I would say that's very. When I think of Sherwood as a player, she's the one where if everyone else is kind of wary about it, she get her the disc. She's not gonna play afraid. And I feel like that this first opening thing is very much like, fuck all y'all, I'm gonna do what I do, whether it's universe or 0-0. You know what I mean? And I think, especially as a captain, that's like such an invaluable thing to be. But yeah, so I think that was cool. I also, I mean, I think we had gone through so many ups and downs this game. Like I said at the beginning, I'm like, okay, sick, we're up. And I was like, I know Molly Brown. I know they're going to come back. And then you did. And then you more than came back and we're up by 2. And at that point, I was like, shit, okay. But then it was like, now we're back in it. And I feel like at this point, I had ridden that emotional roller coaster to the point where I was almost sort of zen, like, all right, we fucking got this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's let her rip. By the way, everybody, Bitterman right before this called me and was like, I just realized, like, this isn't as fun for you to watch. It just dawned on me.
So there's that throw we were talking about. That's great, Diva Lisa.
LP, thank you.
Someone should have yelled 2 hands to Kristen. God damn it. Yeah, that's just awesome.
And that's like that's exactly who we want in that position at that time. Kristen in the chat says, I had to foul the crap out of Lisa to even get near the disc. Oh. And there she goes. What would you have told Lisa there, Bit? Since I'm not being sufficiently mean for her standards. Right now.
Oh, no, come on. You can't put that on me. Good try, Lisa. Don't you quit.
And then Kimber does what Kimber does best.
I mean, like, why would you ever throw it to me back there? Why would I ever have the disc back there?
I mean, defensively, I was just, like, standing way too inside of you, terrified that you were going to be the one that score.
Oh my god. You always... There was a point in this game that you're 40 yards beyond me. Like, not even on me.
Yeah. Lisa was mad at me when I didn't cover butt on the first deep point. What else am I supposed to do? You gotta listen to her.
True that. Yeah, I got in the backfield, universe point, I was like, fucking get this out of my hand. Good God. Merle to Julia. Honey pass. That's some lukewarm goss for all you in the chat.
Lukewarm, that's some cold goss.
Oh, relax.
Freezing. This is a good part of the film. This part was hard to watch.
This doesn't need to be played. I feel weird about it. But there's Eva. There's Ava Pop carrying me. It was cool to be able to hug Jelly there because we had spent the last few years playing against each other in the finals, like the last 2 or so. And so it was really cool to be her teammate and hug her there. But should we cut it, for God's sakes? I don't know. I feel weird about it.
No, it's fine. It's cathartic. There's so many people, like, somebody's got to lose.
Nidge is hugging me. I just want the record to show. And she didn't hate it. She didn't love it, but she didn't hate it.
There was a a point.
It's cool for
like.
It's cool. You go.
At like 12-10 us. There was a point when Chelsea and I were both on the home sideline, and Melius walked past us, and I think something like y'all turned it over. So it was somewhere in that part of the game. And he looked at both of us and was like, I'm not worried about it. We're still going to win. And at the time, I was like, yeah, whatever. And in retrospect, that was like really I think the amount of confidence y'all were exuding the whole time was like even when it was the most vulnerable for y'all, it was so embodied that you had it.
I think it was sort of a testament to your team and what you guys bring. Like each of you, there's no one on your team that you can be like, let's sag off of so-and-so. Like every person on your team is a threat, which I think is really cool. And everybody has a special superpower on your team. And I feel like y'all do an excellent job of letting people be that and be themselves and do that. So you guys do that obviously off the field, but like you do that on the field and it shows. Like everyone kind of is able to showcase them. But yeah, I think one of the things I think about with this game, especially in the Spirit Circle and thinking about just the gravity of the moment for both teams. And I just remember feeling super like mutual respect. Like I felt it for real coming from you guys, which I feel like was really special, especially at a time like that, you know? So that was really cool.
Yeah, there's like a ton happening on the chat right now. I would like to highlight that Manu says Bit make some jokes. I'm crying again.
Oh.
I mean, that's really what we all came here for. I just wanted to have Bit on the mic, self-sacrifice.
Well, I think it's cool too, Jesse. Like, I love that you and I guarded each other a lot of the game, and I love playing against you. You're one of my favorite people to play against. So it was like, I don't know, and I thought you played like so fucking well. Otherwise, if we both played shitty, we probably wouldn't have agreed to this.
No, probably not. But yeah, I think one of my likewise, I love that when I guard you, like when there's a stoppage, I'm just laughing and it's like annoying. I'm like, God, like why are you making me laugh? Like, I actually do appreciate it, but you're really good at making things like congenial and lighthearted, again in a genuine way. And gosh, I remember for the past like 2 seasons that Schwa, like to me, from afar, like not being on the inside anymore, has felt like knocking on the doorstep of like beating a Big Four team or whatever that phrase was. Like, I really like believed it was coming and would talk to people like Sherwood or Kimber or Nidge about it, and be like, God, I like can't wait for that moment. And then now it's like, yeah, I was there for the moment. I just didn't think it was gonna be us. Like I thought that. I mean, I thought that like with our approach and myself and Chelsea, like we wouldn't sleep on it, you know. And I felt like that was kind of one of the like ways that I was like really gunning for y'all to take someone down, and I just I was like really, really proud and also sad at the same time.
Yeah.
Bubbles, what do you want me to answer? I missed the question, but I see the tag now.
Are people still watching this? What are you guys doing with your lives? Do you want to just chat? Does anyone want to talk about Portrait of a Lady on Fire? JJ, you there, girl? What else can we do with this platform?
Oh, you want me to answer about why none of my era of Fugue stars stuck around to play Schwa? I think that for myself, like personally, I needed to get out of Eugene. Like it just got to a point where moving made sense, and for a while that was Nashville, going to my home. And I think that other people in like my era, that's what made sense too. Like people just, although Eugene like still has my heart in a big way, it was much more about just feeling the need to remove oneself, at least for a time being. Although I know that like Alex and Beth like both also feel a huge draw back towards Oregon. We also felt that draw away from it. And then some other people from that era like don't play anymore. A lot of people don't play club.
I also think
other pieces do play Schwa. Ella and Weaver.
But I also think it's really good, like as a player, to grow from different, even if it's like a team, say you didn't have a great experience or whatever, or maybe you had an awesome experience, it's good to like hear different perspectives and learn new shit. So I think it's actually really good to move away for a little bit, but I mean, as a person too, but as a player, because then you're learning different styles, and I don't know, sometimes getting, it's humbling to have to learn a whole new shebang. So not to back you up, you didn't need backup, but here I am backing you up.
Yeah, bottoms up.
What else we got?
Someone asked about how to play with confidence. Moose. The people want Moose, but
yeah, I showed him for a bit. He is so goddamn precious. How to play with confidence. I will say this, as far as I've gotten older, having more perspective, I've found that something that helps me, I noticed in big games, I would get super nervous and I would clam up. And so I basically actively go against it. So sometimes it does seem like I'm cutting like a fucking nut, but a lot of that is internally being like, you gotta touch the disc. If you are nervous or whatever, just touch the disc and then it'll chill. And so that's actually worked for me, probably to the detriment of every team I've been on, but for me personally, no. But yeah,
I think kind of similarly, but I think about it with my legs, like either when learning the game or if I feel like I'm in kind of a funk, I turn towards just like trying to engage in the lane really aggressively and then clear really aggressively. It's so simplistic and you hear it all the time, but like just relying on my legs and then getting back in the swing of things is like the best way I can make a pathway towards playing more confidently. Because like you'll either get hit on an under because you're open, or you'll move way faster through the space and give it to somebody else.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Again, I think that can definitely cross a line into the detriment of the people I'm playing with if there's like a certain amount of stressors or like pressure or certain things like not fitting into place. But that's, I think, a good place to start.
Yeah. But I also do. I mean, I think it's good once you're what.
4 of the shortest legs in Ultimate in this commentary.
It is true.
Not
How
true.
tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'1" and a little bit. I broke 5'1" in college. That was a big day.
I think am I taller than you? No way.
Yeah, definitely when you've got your big bun zigzag on.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you can tell how nervous I am, is like how high that bun is. And in the traffic game, that bun was too high, and I wish someone would have fucking sat me down. Yeah, just sit me down and be like,
all of you somehow still here.
Why are people still here? I love you all so much.
Doing our scouting of Schwa, like with the traffic game, which was the round before, and a rookie on our team, or club, like a club rookie, was watching this game, and she just goes, "Who is Big Bun Zigzag?" We've been calling Bitterman Big Bun Zigzag ever since, because she was just flying around the field, scoring all the goals, and her bun was the size of her head, just like flopping.
It was bad.
Every time
I just
you
needed one person to level with me. Just level with me. Be like, it's too high, dude. We're gonna sit you or put it lower. Here's the thing. It's like with beer pong. You know, like you play shitty when you're sober, and then you're a little better when you're like the perfect amount of drunk, and then you get too drunk and you fucking suck. That's like my bun. It was too high. I don't know. It made sense when I started it.
Your analogy falls.
Yeah.
You consider your performance. Okay.
Oh God.
Somehow there's still people here. I feel like we should wrap it up. But if you have any last questions, Ino, what's up? Actually, like a kid from Cut Camp Scotland just asked, how do you set goals at the moment without knowing when you can play again? I think that's actually a great question. Do you want to go, Bit?
Goals. No, you go. I can't think of a single goal. No, I mean, I think I think of it more so as the only controllable in the same way that I think of like tournaments. Like the only controllable is you as a teammate, and whether that's off season or on season, whatever. in season. Let's roll that back. But anyway, whether it's off season or in season, like the controllable is you as a teammate. And so I think having your goals with that in mind, it'll help. Like, you're always going to be a teammate. You know, you're on this team, whether or not we have formal practices, formal games, whatever. And so thinking about how do I be the best teammate today? And sometimes that isn't working out. I take that to the extreme, but sometimes that's reaching out to teammates and stuff like that. And you can, you know, get motivation that way. So checking in with your network, checking in with your friends and things like that.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend the other day who was struggling like overtly in the workout sphere because like they were playing in this college season and that dream got nixed, and they were struggling to work out because those outcome goals weren't right in front of their face. And we just talked about how like the goals that we have for Frisbee at large, or athletes or teammates, are still going to be there at some point, and that it's a hell of a lot easier to not be in the hole when you're trying to pursue them on the other side of this. Like, it's going to be a harder path if you let up now, and that there will be Frisbee at some point in the future, and that the break could actually bring some like peace and some unknown positive things. So just trying to work out because it feels good and it makes you healthy, and moving is good, but we'll work our way back onto the field at some point. Yeah.
It's like a
okay,
question.
Charlie, is that Charlie? After you said last
wrestling?
question, a bunch of people said questions.
Who wins at wrestling? You or Schwa? Who wins in a wrestling match between us?
Come on.
I would 100% curl up in the fetal position and cry.
Yeah,
you would beat me every time. I'm a baby. That would not. I am weak.
Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Said if Schwa and Molly play.
What did Nikki say? He's got such pretty eyes. Let's get Nikki on here.
If Schwa and Molly played in game series at nationals, how many times does each team win?
I realistically said 6 or 7, and I'm gonna join a Schwa call after this, and they're gonna bash me. I think we need to get better at defense. I think a lot of your turns at the beginning were self-inflicted. If you guys can clean up the beginning of your games, which this has been a pattern for y'all, so it's not just this game, but if you can clean up the beginning of your games, you'll win by 3 or so points.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Also objective and fact.
Serbia asked how it was returning to club after a few years off. I almost mentioned you, Serbia. The game was just moving so fast. When I saw trucks, I was like thinking about when you'll be back in the game. So I want you to come back. But yeah, Bitterman, what's it like to come back after a few seasons off?
Oh man. I mean, I kind of alluded to this, but I think I hold Frisbee short as far as what it means to me off the field and being like having the identity of a teammate and a competitor. And so a lot of my feelings about coming back were just mostly positive. Like I was just so stoked to be there. And for me, it was different. I wasn't coming back to the same team. So I definitely had some of the like new person jitters a little bit. And I feel like that almost made it easier because it sort of wrapped it all together. Had I been coming back to Brute, it's a different team every year. And so I think that would have been emotionally really hard because, for obvious reasons, right? You're trying to return to something that's never going to be the same again. So I think it was good that I ended up doing both. I don't know if that makes sense, but Serbia, come back. I've heard amazing things about you. Give me a ring. Let's chat, girl.
Is that where we're gonna close out, Charlie? That was awesome. Thanks for entertaining me. I just mostly asked to do this game so that you would grace the world with your commentary, and I could sit here and giggle the whole time.
I feel like this, Jesse. I feel like this is.
I did the opener.
I feel like this is a microcosm of what's so cool and special about the world of Ultimate that we live in. You and I play against each other on the field often, and we meet each other on the field, and it's not it's always fun. It's always super competitive. And I feel like it's just cool to be able to like sit down with you and break this down a little bit. We didn't break down any film, sorry, for not teaching anyone anything. But
we went too
I feel like
that's not our fault.
That is not our fault. No, we're perfect. But I think that that's really special, and I think it's so cool. And I just feel so, I don't know, I feel really honored that you would do this with me. So thanks. Bye, everyone.
Likewise.
Stay safe.
Bye, everybody.
Follow CDC
Thanks for
guidelines.
coming. And I'm sure Ultiworld has another one coming soon. Yeah, wash your hands.
Wash your hands. Love each other. Do we end this, Charlie? Or do you? Okay.
Every time we press the license, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Every time we press the license, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ultiworld's live coverage of the 2016 Club Championships, presented to you by Friction Gloves. We are live on the ground here in Rockford, Illinois, about 90 minutes outside of Chicago at the Mercy Sports Corps Soccer Complex. And I'm Keith Rayner, and I am pleased to be joined by Charlie Eisner, editor-in-chief here at Ultiworld, for our final game of Thursday play. Pool B on the line here between the 2-seed overall San Francisco Revolver and the 7-seed overall Seattle Sockeye, two of the blue blood programs of the men's division.
Unquestionably, and two teams that have a national championship in their sight this season. Revolver coming off of their title run last year. Sockeye trying to continue to improve on a finals finish last season. And they've added some real firepower for those who've been following this season. It's a team that's really added some big pieces, including Simon Montague, Nick Stewart, Trent Dillon, Hussein Carnegie.
Well, you know, we talked a lot about those Sockeye additions, but how about these Revolver additions? George Stubbs, Grant Lindsley, Byron Liu. These are not your run-of-the-mill rookies by any means as we get started here. And we're going to get a chance to see Grant Lindsley, who's integrated into a central piece on this O-line. He might be the best cutter right now on this Revolver team. And a first throw turnover there by Eli Kearns. He is taking on the central throwing role for Revolver's O-line that used to be occupied by Ashlyn Joy. Now Sockeye can open with a break. Trent Dillon around backhand. And that was summary, really, as he hits Duncan Lynn for a break to start us off. 1-0 Seattle.
Well, that's got a little bit of a different feel to the start of this one than the last time these two teams faced off. They played at the Pro Flight finale, as we see this backhand into the end zone for the score. They played at the Pro Flight finale, and it was all Revolver in that game. They dominated Seattle. Sockeye had a terrible weekend.
13-8 in that one, and it was definitely a part of Sockeye's struggles that weekend.
And, you know, I think that left some question marks about where would this Sockeye team be heading into nationals. They hadn't really played together as a full team much before that point, with the various commitments to Worlds and the AUDL. So now you see this Sockeye team getting some reps together to practice, getting some reps in the early postseason at regionals, and they come in here and they open this game with a break.
Yeah, we know this Sockeye O-line has some serious talent, including the Twin Towers of Matt Rader and Nick Stewart, one of the most dangerous duos in the division. But how often do you see Revolver start a game with a first throw turnover? For all I know, that's the first time that's ever happened in their storied history.
You know how else I can remember it? When Double Wide beat them in the championship game back in 2012. The layout D from Dalton Smith on, I believe, the first throw.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that's right. Well, the last time Double Wide played Revolver was about 2 hours ago when they almost got shut out. Just like 15-2. Really, both these teams have crushed Patrol and Double Wide, the teams in their pool. No one scored more than 8 on either of these teams so far. So really dominant performances, and that is why we have lined up for a great one that will decide which one of these teams advances to quarterfinals. Here's another one of the new additions to Revolver, Michael Spear, one of their many Atlanta imports. Former chain cutter. And a stoppage and play, Grant Lindsley holding the disc.
Foul call at the mark there.
And Lindsley is just really slotted in wonderfully with great quickness, smart cutting, and a great throwing skill set. So he makes it for a perfect mid, which seems like exactly what this offense has needed. And here's Cassie Rasmussen trying to rip a forehand upwind, but a lot of I.O. on the release sends it out of bounds, targeting Eli Kearns. BJ Sefton quickly rushing to it and points deep right away. He says what he wants. And that's probably not it.
Throws immediately into a poach.
Eli Kearns spying that the whole way. Maybe the point told him a little more than they meant to. And Simon Higgins drops that one off on the doorstep for Nick Schwa.
Well, a bit of a nervy start for San Francisco. Fortunate to get that one immediately back after the throwaway from Rasmussen. And either way, they're on the board to get their D-line out there. And these conditions, it's been all about defense. We've seen some really interesting stuff. In fact, I was talking to some of the Ulti-World reporters between rounds and heard that Pony has completely switched their lines. They're running their O-line on defense and their D-line on offense, knowing that turnovers are going to happen. So then they have an offense out there in order to try to go upwind and get those breaks. And so far, so good for them.
Well, I think one of the most common approaches to heavily upwind, downwind games is to switch to a upwind line and downwind line. And perhaps Pony just found that their O&D lines serve those functions. But here, these are two versatile teams, and it looks like they are staying with the lines that have gotten them to this point. Revolver, the number 2 overall seed, and Sockeye, as we see their O-line. George Stubbs on the pull for Revolver, and Simon Montague coming back to field this one for Sockeye. Up ahead to Danny Karlinski. Now the disc in the hands of Mark Burton. Here's Rader. Rader, forehand deep shot, hanging. And drops in beautifully there for Burton. It was like it was on a string.
Yeah, a tremendous throw there from Rader. And we see just a really great opening offensive point for Sockeye. Confident, and a big shot from Rader. And that's a pretty strong throw from the big man in this wind.
Well, look, man, Matt Rader has been on Sockeye for almost 10 years now. Can you believe it?
It's
He's
hard
come
to
a long
believe.
way from being a spindly 16-year-old. Now he's dropping dimes. He's got a big frame, and he's one of the most respected players in the division.
There's that Revolver O-line.
It's hard to believe he's only 25, really. Seems he's put a lot of mileage on him, let's say that much.
He's been around the elite club game for a long time and still has maybe his best years in front of him.
Right now, this is there are 3 pools still up for grabs in the men's division. Truck Stop and Madison Club in Pool C are battling it out to decide that one, and Machine and Johnny Bravo. So the top seeds in each pool taking each other on. Ironside's already claimed Pool A, and Prairie Fire, they are already done with contention.
Despite many close games, there has only been one upset by seed, and that's Ring of Fire, the 13 seed, beating Prairie Fire, the 12 seed. So not much of an upset. It's been pretty chalk so far, so we'll watch this final round closely as all the top teams face off.
This is like the least chalkiest chalk, though, we should add. I think it's been a lot of really close games as we see just a strange overthrow there from Revolver. And right away, they're going deep to Trent Dillon. Koss gives it up for Dillon, and Dillon with the goal, fighting off Schlockett. Sockeye now leads 3-1 after that break.
Well, 3 straight 0 points. We've seen a Revolver turnover, and 2 of them have been turned into Sockeye breaks. There's a beautiful rundown from Trent Dillon. It's a great throw. But really, this comes down to the offense for Revolver. They got to settle down. This is not your typical Revolver, and that's obvious, but rarely do you see them have these kinds of struggles with the kinds of mistakes we've seen, not just the turnovers themselves.
I mean, the hallmark of Revolver is execution. And right now they're failing on that regard. And that's why they're trailing 1-3. Mike Payne sends his O-line back out there with few edits.
We talked about this in the preview and before the tournament. How is Revolver going to do at Nationals without Ashlyn Joy? Ashlyn Joy, probably the best center handler in the country, and not playing this season. Eli Kearns has had to fill into that role, and we've seen him struggle a little bit at times this season to be as effective as Joy is and has been.
Kearns immensely talented. He has been really the field marshal for the D-line for a couple seasons now, kind of being groomed for this position, but just isn't quite as consistent as a guy like Ashlyn is, and that's really what you want out of your center handler. Bo Kittredge with the disc, another consistent presence on this Revolver team. Cassidy Rasmussen sneaks up the line, the Multi-World Player of the Year in the club division last year. Kearns now working with Rasmussen. And that one over to Lindsley is going to be stopped on a foul or strip or both. Duncan Lynn trying to break that one up.
I think probably a strip call. And
a strip call outside the end zone is a foul, right?
Now it's just called a foul. That's right.
That's why I stumbled over that. My apologies.
But it's going to go back as it's contested. And it looks like the observer declined to rule on that one.
Back to Eli Kearns.
So it will go back to Kearns, and Revolver will maintain possession.
Coming in on 4. 9 o'clock on the mark.
Now here's Rasmussen around the spear. Spear, primarily a D-line guy in his previous campaign with Chain Lightning. Surprising to see him integrated into this offense, but offers some huge throws. Good speed. Speaking of good speed, Bo Kittredge coming in with the disc, and Matt Russell is probably going to be facing this assignment all day. Sideline to sideline here, and an up line for Christian Johnson. Punches that in for Revolver to make it 3-2.
So some close calls there for Revolver, but they manage these relatively smooth hold after the foul call is contested and goes back to Kearns. Down 2 breaks here early. And let's see if their defense can find that intensity early. They may need it. Sockeye looked very good on their opening O-line possession.
Well, Charlie, I know coming into this weekend, you had some questions about this Sockeye O-line and how effective they could be against elite competition. What do you think really are the strengths and weaknesses that have led you to have some concerns?
Well, I think part of the issue is that they've had to adjust their style quite a bit over the past couple seasons. You know, you get a thrower like Simon Montague out there, and that's going to change the way that you approach your offense. It's not the same small ball Sockeye that we saw 3 or 4 years ago. Although that has sort of persisted, that's not really their style at this point. And they have a lot of talent, and it just hasn't always been very consistent because they haven't had enough time to play together potentially. But, you know, with now a couple months of practice and some tournaments together, see where they can go. You see them shoot deep right away.
And Nick Stewart. Hello, folks.
Oh,
Nick
my
Stewart.
goodness.
That's, Charlie, I'm calling it. B, play of the game. Is it too early?
It is not too early.
The layout grab from Stewart.
That is undoubtedly the BE Ultimate play of the game.
At worst, it's got to be
now.
tied with the.
And let's definitely take another look at that one. So, you know, you talk about not small ball anymore. Looking deep right away. And Nick Stewart, oh my goodness, what a play from him. The athleticism he's brought to this team, just unbelievable.
I mean,
we'll be watching that one for the next couple of weeks.
He has been a dominant cutter in the division for years now, although he struggled with injury, not unlike his new teammate Matt Rader, but playing with Sub-Zero away from the spotlight a bit. I think people have caught on a lot now that he's on Sockeye, and after last year at Nationals when he was just a force.
And that was indeed the B Ultimate play of the game. Try B Ultimate Apparel's new premier line of fabrics, the N-Knit and N-Weave, both highly lightweight and built to keep you dry.
But if Sockeye's offense is going to look like that, I don't expect much problems. But with Rader and Stewart out there, Justin Lim, Simon Montague, Danny Karlinski, and Mario O'Brien, that pretty much covers the gamut for different skill sets.
Yeah, and you know, the knock on Sockeye in years past has been they don't have the athleticism to hang with teams like Revolver. That is no longer the case, and you can see it all on one point right there.
Rasmussen sneaking open in the middle. Now here's Lindsley. Like Stewart, another Carlton product, although that throw from Simon Higgins a bit ambitious.
Yeah, the San Francisco offense just looking a little out of sync. You know, they had chaos from the Sockeye defense there. People weren't matched up, and they just tried to go too fast and turned it over.
I wonder if the change of field orientation has thrown them off because they're throwing some really difficult throws. Rasmussen on the block, and Kelly considers a call, but thinks better of it. The rookie out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, most of the fields of the complex, just to elaborate on your point there, Keith, most of the fields of the complex are oriented in the other direction. So players have been playing with more of a crosswind the last couple of games, and here it's more of an up-down.
Also, from the fields, the report is, and in my experience, as we see a turnover there, a hand block on the mark.
Yeah, Reed Koss just stuck his paw out there and knocked it away. So again, Sockeye with a break chance.
As we were saying, I think that the wind outside of this stadium, quote unquote, is a bit stronger, and it takes a little bit of adjusting to get used to what you can and can't throw, as we see Koss try to go across the field for Phil Murray, but it's too tall.
Yeah, it's a risky throw there with a defender in the area. Murray had to try to make a play.
Eli Kearns over to pick up the Revolver.
Kearns now with Wallace on the mark. Nice inside throw from Lindsley to Sedner. And Rasmussen goes into the end zone for Schlockett. And that was much cleaner from Revolver. When they're taking the easy looks, they seem to be doing a lot better than when they're taking the tough shots.
Now you wonder if a little overamped coming into this one, trying to force the issue, and you see when they don't do that, looks like the Revolver that we have known for the last 6 years.
Now, one of the other players on this Sockeye O-line who I think is pivotal for them is Zane Rankin. This is a guy who is young but extremely athletic, and he lends to the athleticism that they get out of Rader and Stewart. Rankin's not afraid to come under, but he is capable of making some huge plays for this Sockeye offense. He and Justin Lim kind of function as those undercutters.
See those flags bending in the background. The wind has been variable, and it's gone from moderate to heavy. At times, it's really been ripping through here. Right now, a little less heavy than it was about an hour ago.
Cloud cover's rolled in here in Rockford, and it's a little bit darker and a little bit cooler than when we started, but almost done for the day. Some teams already eliminated from contention. Some teams are already quarterfinalists, Charlie. Just like the winner of this game will be. Montague using that characteristic length to get his rounds off. And then Rankin goes into the end zone for Justin Lim. Quick hold for Sockeye. They lead 5-3. Not much resistance there from Revolver.
Well, a lot different looking point than the one we just saw where they went deep immediately. This time they worked the unders. Revolver doing a better job of taking away that deep space, but Sockeye has no problem working through it. They bounce it around. And a little bit of a dangerous throw at the end there, but nicely handled by Lim. Still a 2-break advantage for Seattle, who pulled to begin this game.
And right now, the mistakes really are what's put Revolver in this hole, but they're going to need to force some out of Sockeye or capitalize on whatever meager bits they get from this Sockeye O. They've let guys like George Stubbs and Lucas Dahlman, Nathan White lead their D-line after the turn, and those are the kind of players they'll need to get back into this one. Their O-line's still out there. Maybe have been out there a little bit longer than they would have liked through this first 8 points. Kearns now. Working with Schlocken, excuse me. Kittredge now with Phil Murray on him. So the matchup's changing all around the field here as we see a deep shot from Kearns. Man in coverage, a lot of contact.
That's some incredible defensive effort down there from Will Chen. But a foul is called, as indeed there was some contact.
Nick Schlag on the receiving end of this, I believe. Yeah, to me, on the replay, that looks like a foul, Charlie. But the observer disagrees. Ruled no foul, so it'll be Sockeye's possession.
Yeah, it just comes down to that question for observers. Was the block before the contact? And what level of allowable contact is there? Right now in Ultimate, there's a lot of allowable contact. And I think maybe that pendulum is going to start to swing back the other direction because we've seen so many bids through the body lately. But on that one, not enough contact to warrant a foul, says the observer.
D.Y. Chen into the middle. Sam Hart now. Deep shot looking for Dylan. Lindsley and Chase. Dylan pulls it in, dishes it off for Murray. And Sockeye is rolling. Now up 6-3 on Revolver.
And they are pumped up. And the whole game has been going Sockeye's way so far. They just have been the better team, top to bottom. And a little easy dish there from Dylan into the end zone.
And a timeout here to get collected.
It would appear we have a timeout on the field. Revolver takes
Yep,
their
and
first
as
timeout of the first half.
they take a timeout, so will we.
Charlie, an interesting fun fact for you coming from Twitter. The Carleton Ultimate team, the Cut alumni account, tweets 9 Cut alums in this game between the two teams. Guys like Grant Lindsley, Chris Kassedner, Patrick Bayless, Sam Canner, Nick Stewart. I'm up to 5. Simon Montague, that makes 6.
Yeah, I'd have to scour the rosters to find the others, I think. I'm sure the Carleton Cut alumni account will let us know who the others are.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm not sure who I am missing. But still, pretty impressive. Especially considering Carleton is in Minnesota, and these teams are from Seattle and San Francisco. So,
well, of course, Carleton, a well-known school that pulls from Seattle.
lots of great games going on here in the complex because we are in that pivotal 1-2 round for so many pools. They will be decided in this game, especially with so few upsets along the way. Lim, Mike Caldwell, 2 of the other Carleton alums, so we're missing 1. So let us know out there if you've got that person. So we get this offensive point resuming. Here's Bo Kittredge. Higgins up ahead to Lindsley. Lindsley with Koss blanketing him, and now Rasmussen in the middle. Pick call downfield will stop play. John Reynolds was our 9th person. We should have known.
Great.
Oh, and a near block there, but a hold nonetheless. Higgins on the goal.
Great inside flick, set that up. Watch it again. Step into that throw, and yeah, indeed. Almost got a piece of that one to Higgins, but he's there.
And Revolver's going to need something to jump them back into this game. The momentum has certainly been in Sockeye's favor. The half is closing in. Revolver needs a big play somewhere in here. George Stubbs out with Russell Wynn, Lucas Dahlman, Nathan White. Bo Kittredge coming over for a defensive point here. Andrew Hagan, Jordan Marcy. Stubbs getting set to pull.
Wind picking up a bit here as this pull goes up.
Stubbs with the pull, and Montague will end up with it. Now here's Rankin. Really been up the gut for Sockeye so far. Mario O'Brien. Deep shot, looking for Stewart. Kittredge in coverage. Stewart goes up with 2 hands like he was going to dunk it. Calls a timeout, though, sensing a big red zone opportunity here for Seattle.
Well, Kittredge got caught a few steps away from Stewart there and couldn't catch up in time. And really, Revolver's defense has gotten better each point. That was pretty good defense there for a few. They were clogging up some of the throwing lanes. But again, it's the huck that's getting Sockeye a lot of yardage here. It's not the small ball of years past. And that has been effective for them so far.
I mean, even when they're not hucking the disc, they are throwing 10, 15, 20-yard throws up the middle. Definitely a stylistic change from the brand of Ultimate that Sockeye really popularized and is associated with. And it feels a little bit like Revolver maybe has tightened their rotation a little bit. Defense seems to be mostly the same folks trotting out there. Usually they're happy to exploit their depth. And really Stubbs and Nathan White, I think, have been handed the keys to this defense. Nathan White coming back as a handler now. And now he's tasked with covering Nick Stewart. Another call here, stopping play. I'm not sure if it's an injury call. Injury here taken by Stewart. Certainly not what you want to see for a player who has struggled with injury throughout his career. Justin Lim checking up. Change of heart. It'll be Joe Sefton coming in.
Revolver will stay with the ones they got.
Sefton with the upline backhand for Montague, and Sockeye is now just a point away from taking half on Revolver. They lead 7-4.
That's just not the one you want to give up in that spot, coming out of a dead disc situation, and it's bailout time, and you're face guarding, and you let the guy go up line there into the end zone. And you know you want to take away the reset, of course, but you can't give up the score.
Yeah, and I think that's a challenging situation. I think that point mostly lost in the throws leading up to the timeout. Get some updates from around what's going on here in the men's division. Johnny Bravo up 5-2 on Chicago in a game that'll decide who wins Pool D and advances to the quarterfinals. Truck and Madison Club tied at 5-5. The same fate awaits the winner in Pool C. Fury up 4-2 on Scandal in the women's division. Pool D on the line there. And we'll keep getting you more scores as things get updated. Here it's 7-4. Seattle leads, and a break here would send us to the break with a 4-point advantage. Reed Koss ready to pull.
It's a great pull from Koss.
He's almost a specialist in that regard. He is one of the game's great pullers. Kearns takes the initial throw. Now with the hands of Rasmussen.
Sockeye doing a great job defensively.
Interesting that a couple of the offensive players, Matt Rader and Justin Lim, both transitioning over for this D point. Guys traditionally seen on the Sockeye O-line.
I think we have a pick call here.
Looks like we had a pick call. This will stay with Grant Lindsley.
So Lindsley with it for Revolver.
Lindsley with the around break. Kearns hits the ground to get that one. Christian Johnson now. And that one gets past Lindsley, but Rasmussen with a heads-up play with pressure from Lim catches the goal And now it's 7-5 Seattle.
Oh, that's got to be frustrating if you're Sockeye, because get the poor throw. You have a player right there. Lim was on it. But Rasmussen, just really a smart play as the throw floats by. And Rasmussen there. So Revolver still hunting for their first break in this game. Sockeye up 3 breaks right now. Broke on the first point of the game. And they've extended that lead. And worth noting that the loser of this game, of course, has to play in pre-quarters. They will be a heavy favorite in whatever pre-quarter they play. If they are to win that game, they will face Ironside in the quarterfinals. So that will be something to watch for. Potentially a very exciting match.
I mean, we said it, Charlie, before the tournament. In all likelihood, one of Revolver, Ironside, and Sockeye was going to lose in the quarterfinals. And everything that leads to that is come to pass so far. Montague, deep in their own end zone. White all over him. You length with length, fire with fire here.
Pick call.
And a pick call. It's going to stop play here and send it back.
Disc is going back to Matt Rader.
Rader back with the disc here. Stubbs on the mark. 2 guys who've been doing this elite club thing since they were high schoolers. Stewart lines up a forehand huck for Rankin. Cohen and Dahlman and Chase, and it's Rankin who comes away with it. There is nothing else you call that but a sky. Rankin over 2 defenders, drops it off for Burton, and he's going to take us to half with a hell of a highlight.
That is absolutely as good as it gets. This is really a poorly advised throw into double coverage, and boom, Rankin climbs the ladder and then puts it into the end zone to send Seattle into the half, up 8-5, 3-break lead for Sockeye.
Revolver on their heels now. We'll be back after the halftime break, and we'll see if they have what it takes to come back and take this pool. We'll be back with you in just about 10 minutes.
Every time we pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
Documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ultiworld's 2016 coverage of the club championships here from Rockford, Illinois. Presented to you by Friction Gloves.
Yeah, we got a great one here, Keith. Seattle leading San Francisco 8-5, up 3 breaks. They're receiving to start the second half here.
Which is in part why it feels like Sockeye holds such a big advantage. They're going to receive at half, and A5 almost doesn't even cover when it feels like Sockeye outplayed Revolver for the full length of that one.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably a dominant half from this Seattle team, and they've looked great on both lines. And
yeah,
it's, you've seen some of the star players for Revolver just not have a great game. Grant Lindsley, who's so good at the Pro Flight finale, didn't have a great first half. Bo Kittredge looked a little shaky on defense in that first half. So they're going to have to find some more consistency on offense and then begin to develop some better defensive intensity. They started to play some better points towards the end of the first half, but haven't really put a lot of pressure on Sockeye.
All the big plays, Charlie, went to Sockeye in that first half. Nick Stewart layout, Zan Ranking, Sky. You know, the best plays, that Nick Stewart's big grab over Bo. All those plays went Sockeye's way. Revolver needs to up the execution, but they also need to make some plays.
We got a great second half coming up here.
Nathan White getting ready to pull for Revolver. So I think maybe the first D-line Revolver sent out without George Stubbs. But Bo is coming out on this line as well to match up with Raider. The two big men that really define men's club ultimate over these past few years. There's a great shot from Rankin to the end zone. And another layout grab for Sockeye. Again, another big play from Nick Stewart. Took an injury earlier in the first half, and he's back.
He is definitely back. And it's just great continuation offense here from Sockeye and a big bid from Stewart.
And again, just more big plays out of Sockeye. There's a great energy coming from this Seattle team right now, and Revolver has got to rise up to match it.
But yeah, you know, I agree. I think there's definitely an energy differential, but there's also clearly just an execution one. This does not look like the Revolver team that we have known. And it's been an odd season for this Revolver team. They started at the U.S. Open, not quite clicking, but that was very understandable. They were coming off, you know, half their team is on the Worlds team. And then they looked so good at the Pro Flight finale, defeated Truck Stop in the final. And we're all thinking, okay, here comes Revolver. And now off to a shaky start here. Now, of course, this will not define their tournament. They can still go through. Again, we mentioned at the end of the first half, the loser of this game will play pre-quarters, and if they win that game, they're going to play Ironside in the quarterfinals. So the path gets harder for the loser of this game, without question.
Yeah, no reason to fold yet because there's a lot on the line still. Vertical stack here from Revolver. Eli Kearns looking deep. Josh Wiseman tracks that one down. Now he's just outside the end zone. And just like that, Revolver scores. Their best point of the game so far.
Yeah, well, Sockeye played good defense for about 6-7 seconds, but then Revolver able to take advantage of the poaching. And so San Francisco gets their first hold of the second half.
Josh Wiseman, I'm pretty sure, is the oldest guy on this Revolver team. And he's still just blazing fast. Ever since those days at Stanford, that guy has been smoking people deep for years and years now. It's not quite as long as the ageless one, Mike Caldwell, who's coming out here on the O-line for Sockeye.
See him there.
Just about to hit the big 4-0.
See him on the right side of your screen there.
Still running around with a mohawk, cutting up a storm.
Ageless is right. Continues to be a very effective contributor for this Sockeye team year in and year out.
My body feels beat up after walking upstairs, and I have not played many years of Elite Men's Ultimate, and I'm 30. So how Mike Caldwell has managed to do it all these years is beyond me. Think of how many years you could have been the best player in Masters. Mario O'Brien getting things started here, up ahead to Zane Rankin. He's got a long time till Masters.
Look at these big gainers that Sockeye is getting off the pole.
Well, this is what we talked about, is that one slips through the hands of Caldwell. The small ball offense is gone. These are yardage gainers. Pick call will send the disc back to Lior Givol.
Lior Givol with the disc for Revolver.
O'Brien on the mark. Here's George Stubbs back with the disc and another stoppage. And now we're starting to see Revolver start to get through the bench here, start to bring on some of their other D-line guys as we're getting a look at guys like Byron Liu and deep shot here. Pack underneath it. Dahlman goes up, but he and Zach Travis unable to combine to get a score. Simon Montague in the neighborhood on the D. Karlinski with Liu on the mark. Karlinski, early deep shot, looking for Rankin. Sanchez tries to make a play and a foul call from Rankin.
Yeah, I think a pretty clear foul there. As Sanchez clipped Rankin as he was getting ready to jump for the disc. Rankin was in great position. Considering what we saw from him earlier, it seems a little surprising that he wouldn't get up and catch that one. Let's take another look. It wasn't quite as much contact as I thought it was, but it was still a little bit of a forearm shiver in the side there. And the foul call is upheld by the observer.
Jump balls each way here, but Sockeye gets the better of it. And now Rankin checks it in. About 20 yards outside the end zone. And open side score for Justin Lim. Makes it look easy for Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about that? Open side. This is not the Revolver defense that we know. There's just been some execution mistakes. You know, obviously it's a little bit tough to come out of a stoppage like that off the foul call, but regardless, you know, knowing the force. I mean, these are things we take for granted from Revolver. They don't make those mistakes. And they're running out of time. I mean, look at this incredibly efficient performance from Seattle. They're already at 10 points. And we haven't even played an hour of this game yet.
And I don't want to jinx it, but this is the calmest conditions I think I've felt all day here.
It is definitely, the wind has slowed down quite a bit over the last 90 minutes.
I'm wondering if the pace of this game is about to change as the efficiency ratchets up with the change in conditions, but that seems like it would favor Sockeye with such a big lead. But, you know, it's been limited opportunities for this defensive Revolver all game. They haven't had a lot of shots at it. They're just not creating turnovers very effectively. Even the turnover they got on the last point was a Caldwell drop. Reed Koss on the pull here for Sockeye.
Well, that's one of the biggest pulls we've seen in that direction, but it lands out of bounds. You can see the difference in the wind. I mean, that's a big pull from right to left, or from left to right. And we have not seen that much so far today.
Chris Kasednar here in the middle, and now Simon Higgins against the Sockeye zone. First time we've seen them use this look. Kasednar with the scuba over the top. And Lindsley easily punches that in for a very speedy hold for Revolver. 10-7, Seattle.
Sockeye loves to mix it up defensively. That's long been a hallmark. So they throw a zone there. And, you know, even though it didn't work, Sockeye tends to be okay with that because they just want to change the pace. They want to change the way that you see the field. And then when they go back to a more standard person defense, they're going to be able to maybe dictate a little bit better because of the uncertainty that their various defensive looks create.
Take a brief moment here to tell you about what's going on as teams are locking up quarterfinal spots. Madison Club right now with an 8-6 lead on Washington, D.C. Truck Stop, the number 3 overall seed in Pool C. The winner will move to quarters. Also in that, High Five and Dig tied at 4-4 in a game that will eliminate a team from contention. Scandal and Fury playing for the same honor in Pool B of women's. Fury up 7-5 on Scandal. They have been excellent today. Ozone trailing Schwa 6-4 in an elimination game in that pool. the other elimination game in this pool, double wide and patrol. Double wide with a healthy lead, 9-5 in that one. We'll keep you updated with more scores as we go through this one. But let's get back to Seattle's offense, now in the hands of Simon Montague. Up ahead to Raider, who's now drawing that Stubbs matchup again, while Stewart has Andrew Hagan. Stewart looking to the end zone for Rankin, and well out of bounds. Even Rankin's hops are not going to haul that one in.
Out of bounds on that deep look. That's a Sockeye turnover.
So another chance for Revolver's D-line here. Last time they got a Stubbs blading huck that ended up as a pile-up. So Nathan White will get things started as they try to punch in their first break of the game.
Maybe a contact call here, but now discussion about whether or not there should be a stoppage. Patrick Bayless talking it over with Mario O'Brien.
Disc will advance. Nathan White for Revolver.
Nathan White, who's really come on strong over these past couple seasons, including with Team USA, but there, turns it over. Intercepted there by Mark Burton, poaching off his defender. Darius Rader on the far sideline, resetting to Montague, who swings it across to O'Brien. Timeout burned by Seattle, and that's going to take us to a brief break.
And we'll be back after word from our sponsors.
I like to get my hands into a pair of those Friction 3s. Tried out my first Friction gloves at Poultry Days this year. I actually quite liked it.
First time using gloves?
Yeah. I've usually been on the side of making fun of whoever has the gloves, both saying every time that they do something successful, it must be the gloves, or every time they do something poorly, also that it must be the gloves.
So they have no agency?
No,
I see.
none. But I quite like playing with gloves, and I definitely, if Friction is listening, if they want to send me a pair, I'll let your boy. Getting ready to check back in here with Mario O'Brien. Russell Wynn on the mark. Vertical stack look here from Sockeye with Raider at the front. Stubbs just blanketing Raider right now. And forced to go around, a deflected disc still caught by Sockeye. And eventually punched in. What great concentration by Danny Karlinski to catch that disc after the block. It was wobbling and changing direction, and Karlinski tracks it down and then eventually gets the goal.
There's the tip and the catch from Karlinski. Inside backhand, gets it back towards the middle, and then he runs in for the score. Beautiful sequence from Sockeye.
And still, Revolver in search of those breaks. Just need a sense of urgency here from San Francisco.
And I think you really have to give credit to Sockeye.
Absolutely.
It's not that just that Revolver isn't playing their best. It's the excellence we've seen from Sockeye here. This is certainly the best they've looked all year. And mixing it up a little bit on offense, putting Revolver on their heels, especially early in this game, and they have just continued to be effective. And, Revolver dominated earlier today against the lower seeds in the pool, and they have looked outmatched so far here by Seattle.
Both of these teams dominating patrol and double wide, the other two teams in their pool. Sockeye right now showing all the signs of that magic word peaking here at Nationals. Now some discussion about whether or not that was in bounds, the pull. Rasmussen getting ready to check it in and calling out the play. Again, that zone here from Sockeye before Rasmussen finds Spear across the field to crack things open. Wiseman on that far sideline, guarded by Callahan winner Trent Dillon. Wiseman resetting there to Kassedner. And a contested grab there by Rasmussen just outside the end zone. And the handlers really doing the work here for Revolver.
Yeah, very little connectivity with the cutters.
And a red zone error, a very difficult, perhaps high stall throw there from Rasmussen. Just hangs it up, hoping to get it to a hole in the defense. But Grant Lindsley can't get there.
Sockeye had a fast break opportunity, but there was nobody really going, so they had to turn it off. And
maybe a pick call there stopping the defense, but not stopping Russell from hucking to D.Y. Chen. Chen's bid comes up short. Turnover. Chen on the mark here against Rasmussen. The youngster's been pretty impressive this season as a Sockeye defender, covering some of the top handlers. Dyer Schlockett and a pick call to stop play. A lot of discussion, really all over the field. Cutters talking to defenders, handlers talking to their cutters, sidelines talking to players. It's a high volume game here. And now Kassedner just directing traffic as the Revolver offense goes deeper into their own end zone. And like you said, there's just not a lot of upfield motion. The handlers are being forced to take a lot of difficult plays here. Now here's Lindsley. And now some cutter connections. Deep cut from Higgins. Well defended by Russell, and a foul call around the disc.
yeah, BJ Sefton tried to jump in there and stuff that backhand, but hit the disc while it was still in the hands.
Spear looking for somewhere to go. Finds a high stall release valve in Kassedner. And just not a lot of yardage to be had here for these Revolver cutters.
I mean, just look how far away the cutters are from the handler right now. Just finding it difficult to find open space, and it's so rare. You're just so used to seeing Simon Higgins and Bo Kittredge just operating in that space.
No Bo out there now, but Revolver, after so many throws, finally finds one in the end zone, but it may not even count.
Indeed, looks like it's coming back. Maybe a pick.
I doubt Higgins is going right back to that space. Well contested there by Donnie Clark. Higgins really just catching Clark face guarding, so he put it out to space for his cutter, but forced to go a different direction now, and it's with Josh Wiseman. Another red zone possession here for Revolver. The last one botched, but still looking for that hold. Kassedner inches away. Air bounce backhand. Wiseman on the goal. And that hold's going to enable them to stay close, but they need some breaks.
Yes, they absolutely need some breaks. And this game is going to come down to how Revolver's defense can respond after really just getting beaten most of this game.
Stewart, Montague, O'Brien, Rader, Caldwell, Lim, and Karlinski headed to the line here for Sockeye. Nobody that Revolver is unfamiliar with, but 7 guys they have had trouble containing.
Well, you look at it, Revolver just hasn't had an answer for some of these guys. Nick Stewart has just been dominant downfield.
I mean, Charlie, in your mind, is Nick Stewart a potential player of the year or a guy who's going to be an all-club first teamer? Is he in that conversation for you?
That's a great question. I think it's definitely possible. You know, especially coming off of the Worlds and playing as well as he has for Sockeye. Really has fit in well after coming over from Sub-Zero. He's certainly been one of their most effective players on offense.
Lim holding on this far sideline and finds Montague. Montague going with the hammer across field, and Stewart can't catch that one with double coverage on him. And a rare mistake here from Sockeye offense. Can Revolver do something with it? Bo's taken off. Stubbs is firing. Bo's in chase, but Caldwell on help D denies that one. Maybe a little too obvious there what Revolver was planning.
Yeah, sometimes it still works, though. I mean, Revolver beat Truck Stop last year on double game point with an Ashland Joy to Bo Kittredge Huck, and everybody in the world knew it was coming. But great help defense there from Caldwell. Really, that's how you have to defend Kittredge. Just, you're not going to be able to hang with him one-on-one.
Unless you're Mark Lloyd 2 years ago. Caldwell checking it in. Cohen coming into Mark. Raider in the middle, boosts one. Stewart, oh, so close. Stewart almost did it again. And he's really been winning this matchup with Bo.
He has, no question about it. He has, again, open there. And a better throw means an easy completion. And he has just been open all game. We've seen him make some big catches with some separation.
And now the other way, we'll see him go at it again. And this time Nathan White's throw good enough to find Bo. And Revolver scores. Greg Cohen catches that one, and there's the break that Revolver has been fighting for.
So, at least on that point, the Sockeye Hucks stopped working quite as well, had a couple turnovers, couple near misses, and Revolver finally able to take advantage and get in there for their first break of the game to close the gap to 2.
Still work to do here for Revolver, but you got to start somewhere. Nathan White putting up probably the best huck of that possession. It's been really interesting to see him transition into being a handler. It's just not where you would think of him playing, but over the years he's just continued to develop his skill set. I think he made a big name for himself this past year with Team USA. Certainly his specialist is his length is his specialty, being able to defend guys like Bo and Raider, but also being able to apply a massive mark to smaller throwers. But he's got an offensive skill set, that's for certain.
Yeah, I think some of that certainly honed playing in the college division, where he was often the go-to guy, playing for UC Davis and later for Georgia Tech. And he was clearly the best player on those teams for a couple seasons. Played alongside Eli Kearns at UC Davis when they went to the national championships. And then playing with Revolver, started off as more of a deep defender, just out there to play defense and make some in-cuts, but has really started to develop more into a handler role here at the club level as well.
Another deep point here for Bo, and now Cassidy Rasmussen, Grant Lindsley joining this defensive point. So some interesting personnel choices here from Mike Payne and the Revolver coaching staff. He and Rio Kawaoka. Here's Montague. Lindsley moving around on that mark. And Montague's throw gets past a bidding Rankin, but finds a bidding Raider instead. But the continued throw is a little too far, and a nice job by Marcelo Sanchez to help finish that one off. Mark Burton bids, but doesn't get to it first. Rasmussen, this is a great time to have Bo Rasmussen and Grant Lindsley on the field. George Stubbs puts it up for Andrew Hagan. O'Brien and Chase, and Hagan's gonna call a foul against that one. Charlie, I want another look at it.
And so do I. There's some boos coming from the crowd, that's for sure. Let's take a look here. Did he get two hands on it and stop rotation? Looked like a foul to me. I think he had that one.
Do we have time for another look?
It was overruled here, it looks like, by the observer.
Overruled by the observer.
It was certainly close.
Great effort there by O'Brien to get in and give himself a shot at that one.
So O'Brien with that deep for Sockeye. He'll put it in play.
Burton looking deep for Rankin. He's got separation, but Bo and Cohen are closing in. Attacks well. Now Sefton has the disc, and the Sockeye offense is in the red zone. And a goal there for Sefton from O'Brien. Just like that, Sockeye turned a break opportunity for Revolver into another hold and pushed the lead back out to 3.
Well, I really want to see this one again. I want to look back at that call. Let's see. You think the observer got this one right?
Slow it down here. Yeah, I think that might have been a foul, Charlie. On both of the first two looks, I thought no. But there it looked like Hagan had his hands on the disc.
And it's a question of
whether he
did
stopped
you stop
rotation.
the rotation, and that's always a hard thing to figure out.
Even on video, even on a replay.
Even on a replay.
Okay, I'm going with no foul. That's my final answer. But it's definitely close, and I certainly can't fault the players or the observer.
Let's look at it one more time.
It's such a brief contact. It seems so hard to say he stopped rotation in that situation.
Well, observer agreed. And Sockeye gets it back and quickly tacks down the field, and they're back up 3. 12 minutes to go here until the soft cap.
And the observer did not have the benefit of 3 slow-mo replays to figure out exactly what transpired there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would have helped out too much. Difficult to tell.
We'll try and get you some score updates since we're coming down towards the end of the round, and teams are going to start having their title hopes dashed, while others will gain a big advantage in their quest to win the national championship. Simon Higgins unmarked here, and he's going to use that opportunity to put up a deep shot for Grant Lindsley. Another hanging one where help's able to come, but Lindsley does another great play here by attacking that, and Rasmussen quickly gets a goal out of that effort. Good job here by these cutters on both sides to start attacking the disc more aggressively to fight off these help defenders.
Yeah, and the Hucks have started to look a little better as well. And that's, I think, in large part due to the fact that the wind has died down quite a bit.
Get you some scores here from the men's division. Truck Stop still trailing Madison Club by 1, 9-8. The winner will win Pool C and go to quarters. High Five now trails Dig 8-5 at halftime. Could Dig advance to pre-quarters after just narrowly making it to nationals? That's one to stay tuned to. Double wide up 10-8 on patrol in an elimination game in this pool. Moving over to the women's division, Brute Squad easily claiming their pool. Wildfire was eliminated, means Showdown and Rival will advance to pre-quarters. In mixed, Slow White wins their pool and eliminates Alloy, Noise, and Public Enemy will both advance to pre-quarters. Mischief takes half on Mixtape 8-6, and Shame takes half on G-Unit 8-4. We'll get you more score updates, but tune in to ultiworld.com/live to see our live page. get all the coverage from everything going on here in Rockford, including this game, where Danny Karlinski is now holding, looking to get things started here for Sockeye. Big bid there from Dahlman. Can't quite jar that one away from Nick Stewart. But that one just flub there from between O'Brien and Karlinski, and White immediately goes to the end zone.
And is it caught? No signal in there. The observer.
Bo Kittredge there.
So how about that?
Seattle 12, San Francisco 11.
Bo Kittredge. All business as Revolver gets back within one. Now, I think what you're seeing a little bit here is some regression to the mean from Sockeye, who had an unbelievable first half. I mean, really unbelievable. Some incredible plays, some unlikely skies, that giant layout from Nick Stewart, and now you're starting to see them make some mistakes. And still, a lot of them are not being necessarily pressure mistakes from Revolver, but rather, like we saw there, a drop. A little bit of an overthrow on the huck instead of getting the miraculous layout to save it. So Revolver has sort of continued to just chip away here, and now they're back within one.
I also think that Revolver's offense was a lot more synergistic in the second half. They seem like they have a bit more of a rhythm to them and are taking shots when they're there and not forcing things like I felt like they were in the first half. But I think in large part you're right. Sockeye was hot in the first half, and here they're playing a little bit more even. But they have a big enough lead. Can they hold on to it now, receiving up one? Karlinski taking it again. We see more players crossing over. Cassidy Rasmussen. Here's Sefton. Sam Canner on the mark here. Rankin in the middle. Cohen in coverage. Rankin's putting it up. He's looking for Raider. Stubbs chasing. Raider fighting him off. Great job there by Raider to use his body to seal off Stubbs and chase down the trailing disc.
That's just absolutely perfect.
13, San Francisco 11.
From Matt Raider as we take a look here. Uses the threat of his height by slowing down there, and then creates some space as it floats down to the other side of the end zone.
I mean, I think where Stubbs loses that battle is the read. If he correctly pegs it, and this is incredibly difficult in these windy conditions, that's going to trail that far left, he might take the back angle to hold off Raider instead of taking the under angle, thinking he needs to attack the disc, especially against a much bigger offensive player like
No doubt, but I think you have to recognize that it's so threatening that
Absolutely.
he's just going to go up, even if the disc does look like it's coming in a little high. I mean, Matt Raider is one of the most explosive athletes deep in the game.
I mean,
so, I think
you're between a rock and a hard place. Don't get me wrong. But if you're trying to come up with that play, I think the read is where you might have your shot, because you need to try and judge. It's a lot of information to process all at once. Where's Raider going to attack this? Where's the height, and where's the disc going? Where can I get there? Got to factor it all together. Stubbs certainly capable. Raider's going to challenge even the best defenders in that situation. Offsides here on Sockeye. Trent Dillon's pull will get sent back. Johnny Bravo up 12-9 on Machine over in Pool D to decide that pool. So keep an eye on that one. Bravo's been in control of that for most of the game. Another pull here. Sedner fields it, centers it up to Kearns. And again, another kind of poachy look here from Sockeye. Poaching in on the stack and matched up on the handlers.
And an interesting move there. Basically, none of their cutters activated initially. They let the handlers work a couple throws between each other before moving into their normal offense and into that pull play.
Well, I think that was a function of recognizing that there was the poaches on the stack.
Absolutely.
And that the handlers are one-on-one without help. However, this is something that you don't see college teams do. They smoothly transition into a horizontal stack to take Sockeye away from the poaches. This is some high-level stuff, which is exactly what you expect at the club championships between two of the top teams in the division and two title contenders. Their title contention will be adversely affected by the results of this game. Kearns steps into a backhand. So close there for Matt Russell on the bid, but Grant Lindsley finishes that with a throw into the end zone for Simon Higgins. Still, we have a 1-point game. Seattle up 13-12.
Yeah, patience from the Revolver offense. You see that near block from Russell, and his bid there left a lot of space open downfield, and Higgins gets into the end zone.
Looking at the women's division for some score updates, and we'll just keep firing these over at you. Fury up 11-6 on Scandal, taking control of Pool D, while Ozone still trailing Schwa, now 8-7 in that one. That's an elimination game. See if we can get you a score from that Molly Brown Traffic game. Traffic suffering one of the tournament's few upsets, losing to Phoenix in pool play. And now needs to win that game and win the point diff in order to avoid finishing third in that pool. We'll get you more score updates as they come in. Stubbs ready to pull here. You can see that the conditions are a lot calmer from these pulls going from left to right. Karlinski gets it moving over to O'Brien. Karlinski an all-club selection and is one of the truly elite handlers in the game, and he has Jordan Marcy swarming him. Bo moving over to Nick Stewart here as they go into the deep lane. Stewart's still looking for an option. Nathan White does a great job cutting off Montague's continue option.
Intensity really high here as this game comes down to the wire.
Rasmussen on O'Brien. O'Brien with the OIO break there to Burton. O'Brien. Crossfield throw. Hanging. Bo versus Stewart. And I need to see if he was inbounds because Nick Stewart went up for a huge grab over Bo Kittredge, and that's a completion. That's a spectacular completion.
Well, let's take another look at that while we wait here. Nick Stewart getting the better of Bo again. They've traded some punches here, but he has come up with more of those big plays than Bo, to be sure.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a game here from Nick Stewart, and you can see why people have been talking about how good this guy is. Throw across to Raider. Up line there to Raider. To space with Stubbs on him. And you know, we talk about having both Raider and Stewart together. Look at what it does for Raider. That matchup we just discussed in depth with the deep throw to George Stubbs. Usually Raiders has to deal with Bo. Now the matchups have to shift down the line, and George Stubbs is the one on Raider. Also worth noting, the addition of George Stubbs. Look at what he adds as a defender. You get to put him on one of the best cutters in the division. It's a big get for them as the soft cap horn goes off in the distance, and Revolver gives up a hold here. Discussion about whether or not Burton was in, though. Is ruled in, and that'll make it 14-12. Sockeye leads, and likely that'll put Sockey's chances of winning this game well higher, and Revolver's back to the wall.
Should Revolver come back to tie the game at 14, we'll play the game to 16.
So we just got word the soft cap horn did go off, and the game will be to 15 unless Revolver ties this game at 14, at which point they will play to 16 because it'll be an overtime situation. But right now, Sockeye just a point away from a victory and a bye to the quarterfinals.
So it said I'd get you that score for Molly Brown Traffic. 12-8, Molly Brown leads in that one to win Pool C should they complete that. Mixtape still trailing Mischief in the mixed division in that Pool C game to decide who's going to win that one. So Mischief really proving their mettle in this game. So much to keep up with. Highly recommend you tune in to ultiworld.com/live to keep up with everything going on. Also recommend you consider a video subscription or a tip jar as we see this one going to the end zone. And a nice easy gift there. Rasmussen finds Lindsley.
Wind suddenly surging back here at the evening here in Rockford. And Revolver back within one. And boy, will this point be fun.
I don't know why you say that, Charlie. It's only Thursday at Nationals.
And really, in years past, that has been the feeling. Lack of intensity, sort of, I mean, some players not even showing up on Thursday. And what seems like maybe a relatively small change, eliminating the bottom finisher, has totally, completely altered the landscape of how teams approach this day. Obviously, getting a bye to quarterfinals, also a very big deal.
And of course, as we said, the loser of this game lining themselves up for a potential quarterfinal showdown with Ironside. And I don't think anybody wants that, except for us, the fans.
See Nick Stewart on the right-hand side of your screen there with the rest of the Sockeye O-line as they get ready to try to win this game here on offense.
Stubbs with the pull. Rasmussen and Bowe coming over from the O-line, along with Stubbs, Wynn, Hagan, and Dahlman, along with Joel Schlockett. O'Brien looking for an option. Raider going down, though. And that'll stop play. We've seen both Raider and Stewart go down during points of this game. It always makes you a little nervous. Sockeye big men have a lot of wear and tear on them.
Long discussion here as we sort out this contested foul.
Wynn will check in, guarding O'Brien. Oh, and O'Brien's throw. O'Brien can't haul that one in. Karlinski's throw a little high. Easy goal line score. Russell Wynn with the spike. It's 14-14, folks.
Wow, and it's another execution mistake, and a simple one at that.
We'll play a game to 16, everybody.
That cost Sockeye. And And Revolver able to take quick advantage, just picking it up off the turn and zipping it into the end zone.
They don't come much more brutal than that.
So now we are playing to 16. As Revolver gets another break and evens the score at 14. This is the first time they've led in this game.
You mean if they score here? If they score here,
right.
it'll be the first lead.
And it's their first tie since about 1-1. I think Sockeye got the break to start the game. And then
8-5 at half in this one.
That's right. Went up, I think, 3-1. So
drawn back even here. But Sockeye still holding the advantage here.
Stubbs on the pull for Revolver.
Stubbs with the pull. He's joined by Bayless, White, Marcy, Dahlman, and Kittredge, along with Greg Cohen. Nothing out of the usual for the Sockeye O-line here. Karlitsky up the middle of the Raider. Pick call here. Looks like Cohen got a little cut off by Rankin and Kittredge. Away from the play, easy stoppage.
Disc will stay with Karlinski. Jordan Marcy on the mark.
Karlinski in. Lots of room down the middle of the field here by Sockeye. Crossfield throw, hangs a little bit, but Montague tracks it down. But now he's on the sideline with big Nathan White all over him. Tries to draw a foul and gets the call off.
all these stoppages really benefit Revolver. No rhythm at all for Sockeye here.
Yeah, but I'm sure Simon Montague is happy to get that stall count back to 0 there. Uncontested foul, and now we're reset. Here's Rankin. He's looking deep for Raider. That is ambitious as it lasers towards the ground. And Revolver has the disc, tied at 14s. That was a difficult same third huck there, even to a guy like Raider. Wide over to Bayless, who comes to this near sideline for Stubbs. And there certainly is a much better sense of calm from this offense now. Dahlman looking deep, looking for Bayless, O'Brien and Chase. And missed by Bayless. No call there, it looks like. Oh, nope, there will be. Looks like it's going to be uncontested. And so Revolver will have the disc on the goal line in the hands of Patrick Bayless with a chance to take a lead here.
Bayless walks it out to the goal line.
Bayless around break. Greg Cohen on the goal. And Revolver is back in front of Seattle Sockeye. 15-14.
And again, now I can say it. This is their first lead of the game. An incredible comeback from San Francisco here. I want to point out a nice showing of spirit there from Mario O'Brien not to contest that foul. I think it was borderline play, but contact, and quickly did not contest.
Yeah, I appreciate not only that he didn't contest, but there was no BS, no hemming and hawing. It's kind of just like, yep, fouled you. Sorry, man.
Right.
Let's move on.
And Revolver, you've really seen the defensive intensity come up in the second half. And that's what they really lacked in the first half. And you've also seen Sockeye starting to make some execution mistakes and maybe some decision mistakes, especially here in the last part of the second half. You see that, as you mentioned, same third huck, really an ambitious look to Raider, who did have some steps, but it's just a difficult throw to get right. And now the pressure really swings back to Seattle, obviously, as they will need to hold and then break to win. Game is to 16, so it's game point for Revolver.
Sockeye, you wonder if they're a little rattled right now. We saw some nerves from both teams to start this game, and Offsides is going to have a repull. But, you know, the loser of this game, like we said, probably going to play Ironside. It is not exactly a confidence boost if you're Sockeye to blow this lead.
And just a quick note on some other scores as we wait for the repull here. Truck Stop just got a break to tie it up 10-10 with Madison Club. That game is for the pool.
George Stubbs once again on the ball for Revolver.
Double wide up 13-11 on Patrol in an elimination game. And we're back to action here.
Sefton fielding the pull up ahead to Montague. And here a chance for some of these Revolver big guns to rest as guys like Rasmussen and Kittredge get a point off. George Stubbs still out there soldiering on with this Matt Rader matchup. Justin Lim underneath. And here's Karlinski. Looking cross field. Stewart tries to do it again. And this is what we were talking about. A regression to the mean in the first half. Stewart catches that while doing a backflip. In the second half, it's just so hard to make that play again.
And everything was going right for Seattle there. They had great continuation. The timing was perfect. Stewart had steps, and the throw just not quite there. And that's been the story of the second half for Seattle. Just not quite there, and that's how they've let San Francisco back into this one.
Well, here they're facing a game-losing turnover here, so to speak. Here's George Stubbs getting things going the other way. Jamie Quella and Stubbs working it back and forth in this near side corner. And try and fight it off the line, but to no avail. Sockeye now with an excellent opportunity to get this game-saving hold.
He'll put it in play just outside of the end zone.
And a goal there for Sefton. Maybe a bit of an and one there from Karlinski. And Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to double game point.
We absolutely are. And could you have it any other way? Revolver versus Sockeye on day one at Nationals. How did we even end up here? And that's, I'll tell you, Seattle, tough end of the regular season, drop down to the 7 seed here at Nationals. We get this classic matchup. And here we have a rematch of last year's final right here in pool play.
Remember, it's not the only rematch that we've got. Semifinals, U.S. Open. These two teams went to double game point, exactly like this, 15-15. Sockeye came out ahead in that one and advanced to the final. So the way we started this season, now we're in the final 4 days of this club year, and we're in the same spot.
There's the Revolver offensive line that will look to put this game away after the huge comeback.
Here's the pull from Trent Dillon. Eli Kearns with the disc. Wide to Rasmussen. Toes the line. Scuba to Kittredge. Stewart in for a rare D point. Grant Lindsley going to work on Dillon. Now here's Kittredge. To Sedner. Up line for Kearns. And a call's going to stop play.
The disc will stay with Eli Kearns.
25 yards out from a bye to the quarterfinals.
Win on the mark for Sockeye.
Kearns resets it to the middle to Cassandra. Rasmussen. Now we've switched fields all the way to the other side, but Bo Kittredge has it about 10, 12 yards out. Kittredge towards the end zone. And the continued throw is a little too hot to handle for Eli Kearns. And now Sockeye could take this one. They have Matt Rader. They have Nick Stewart on the field. Can one of the big men make a play, or will it be someone else?
And got a call here.
Travel called.
Travel.
Sefton with the disc for Sockeye, coming in on 4.
So BJ Sefton will check it in. Stahl at 4. Quickly dishes it.
Timeout here by Matt Russell. Quick shout out here to I told you I felt like D.Y. Chen had a great season. How about a vote of confidence from the coach here, being called in on the double game point line. Go out there and get your team a block.
And perhaps we're going to see this game end as it started with a slightly too hasty Revolver offensive point.
That was the kind of play that they usually make. I mean, that was a break side throw and an easy, quick dish. Kearns got his hands on it, but it came in hot, that's for sure. But you know if they give up this break that Kearns is going to be thinking about that one.
So we come out of this timeout. Seattle with 70 yards to go.
I mean, Charlie, we've talked so much about the format and what it means to lose in pool play, to be eliminated on day one, but I love how meaningful it is to win your pool. There's so much on the line at this point. Trent Dillon sneaking open for a short gainer that resets the count. Inside break for Raider. Pick called. Not unusual for these high pressure points to become a little bit call heavy as everybody's looking for every edge. Stuff you might let slide when it's 2-2. Nobody's letting go at 15-15.
See Trent Dillon with the disc, Lindsley on the mark.
This one going all the way back past the Raider throw. That's unfortunate for Sockeye. That throw got them off the sideline, and now Dillon's going to have a much harder throw and much less yardage as he gets it to Raider. Low throw. Lynn slides but can't come up with it, and now Revolver's just inches away from the comeback. Kearns around break. They've done it again, folks. Schlockett on the goal, and an 8-5 lead for Sockeye evaporates, and a 16-15 win is all that's left for Revolver.
What an unbelievable comeback.
Great game, gentlemen.
And that just shows you Revolver is never going to give up in a game. And even though they didn't play their best game here, and they know they have to play better later this weekend, they stick around in this game, they take advantage of the opportunities that they get in the second half, and they earn a bye at quarters, and they'll avoid Ironside.
We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. right here.
And that is huge. And Sockeye has to be sick to their stomachs after this one.
That is a brutal loss. They had their shots, and they know it. But they're still alive, Charlie. They'll face a pre-quarters game in which they'll be the heavy favorites, and this is not a team that's afraid to play Ironside. It's certainly not the matchup you want, but they're not going to be afraid of it.
I mean, let's be honest. Sockeye was the better team for 60% of this game, maybe 70%. And they're going to be a very challenging team to beat later this weekend. But for now, they have to drop down and play pre-quarters tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. San Francisco gets to wait it out until the quarters in the afternoon. But that will do it for our coverage here It's San Francisco 16, Seattle 15. That'll do it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Every time we press the license, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.